Check, check. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Hey, we are so checked. Check, check. 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 Hey. Yep, 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 yep.
What do you need hooked up, Mike?
I need to hook up to the projector. No idea how to do that.
Yeah.
Ellen, will you do a mic check on those real quick?
Check, 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 check,
And the other one?
check, 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 check.
Perfect. Nice, thank you. That's all good.
Ellen, can I get your hotspot?
Yeah.
Is that via Bluetooth or what?
No, it's on its own menu, hotspot.
Oh, I see it.
Did you get it figured out, Mike?
Let's hope.
Or do I need to go track someone down? Link works. Sweet. Okay, send it back. Oh, there he is.
Hey,
Hi. We need help.
sure. What's?
I think he needs help up there.
Yeah, I need to hook up to the projector.
Okay, so tell me that.
All right, Ellen, you should be good.
I should be good for what? Video?
Your slide. Ah, shit. Ellen, I'm gonna need you to sign in on your Google right now.
I don't know my password.
Oh, you serious?
Yeah, was anybody?
No way.
You can check your password in your. You can do Venmo too if you had that. If everyone get that.
Is it just Apple ID?
So are you in the keychain access?
Yeah.
It should be. Search.
Did you bring your card reader? Your square reader? Yeah. You did? Mm-hmm. Okay. I might have to steal it from you. Okay. Is it in your bag? It's in the, my black bag. And it's in the little pocket that's on the flat.
Could we hook up that TV? Cool. Yeah, the TV's simple. That's how we always do it. Guys, we're gonna have to do the TV.
Okay, do it.
Okay. Yeah, we just put the TV right in back, and it's just that's how we do it. Yeah, it's just like the easiest way to do it. So this computer or this projector is. I mean, it works, but it's.
Yeah.
I'd rather have a screen. Yeah, and that screen's higher clarity totally. So. All right, Dust. You might have to do some camera adjusting.
Oh, there we go. Weird.
A little laggy.
No password.
No passwords?
Guess not.
Shit.
Ellen, you go on Google Passwords Manager.
That's what we were looking for.
Yeah.
But we did not strike gold yet.
We're gonna do a screen. We have to do some tweaks. Yeah, we can just change it that way. You can still use the remote if you want. We're getting the coffee now. We got this, guys.
Yes, we do.
Video is unavailable.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so the link that you sent
Yes.
says it's private.
It's private.
Yeah.
Do I need to make it public?
How
I think that's what we did last time, was make it public for the thing.
during the time?
Yeah.
How do people do
So
it
we'll
where
put
it's
the screen here,
paid
podium here.
stuff?
Awesome.
think just make it public.
Okay, we'll do that.
I'm not sure how they mean unlisted in this context.
Extension cord, we'll turn it that way. What time did you get out of here last night?
No, I think it was like 3 or 4.
That's about the time I went to bed.
What? I'll pay for it after, so it's alright.
Just tell them that I said they'll report after.
They know me, they know Mike Mazz, so.
Mike Mazz will be reporting after.
Alright, sweet. So Darren, how do I hook this up?
And I've got extension cords where you can,
Sweet.
depending on where
Okay,
you're going.
so I have it public.
I think that would be best.
For some reason it says YouTube is not receiving a video to maintain streaming.
Back at the ranch, the wheels are already in motion. Today I'll be doing
Dust, you want to get some music going for us?
Yep.
Thanks, man.
From your playlist?
Yeah, that'd be great. Just kind of put that on loop. How's it going today, guys? How are you? Good.
rest of her commands. You stay. You stay. Come. We stand now. Safe to say that she has pretty much little to no training, and she's
Testing, 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 testing. This is a microphone test. Oh, fantastic. Yeah? Testing, 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 testing. Hello.
go. All right. Is that not working again?
As soon as it hit 9 o'clock, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Hello. What's up, everyone? My name is Mike Mazz. I just want to say thank you for being here. We're going to start pretty shortly. We're going to wait for a couple more people to come, and then we'll get the show rolling, okay? Sweet. Hello? Hello? Perfect. Fantastic.
Are you guys ready? Should we do this? Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. So we're going to get started with about a 30-minute panel discussion on who we are, why you should listen to us, and the business owner mindset. And then Mike over here is going to take the day away talking about branding strategy. So again, thank you guys so much for being here. We're really excited about this very small, intimate group. We have some really cool things planned for you guys, but we might have a few people coming in and out as we get started. So yeah, Mike, do you want to tell us about our sponsors?
So first of all, the Matthews Opera House for having us. Of course, they're fantastic local community and business. So this is a great venue, and yeah, fantastic turnout. So of course, as well, Loftus Dental, Campbell Eating Group, CMG, Barbacoas, and Bean and Vine, which is not on there, but Bean and Vine supplied your breakfast this morning, and Better Back and Body Center, Jason Klein, a good friend of mine, and all awesome colleagues local and to support us. So, and yeah, also just to preface this, you guys have your workbooks. There's a place for notes in there. If you brought your own notebook, fantastic. Just utilize that throughout the entire conference. And yeah, let's get this started. So we're going to do some intros here. I guess I'll start since I've got the mic. And this is going to be like, it's going to be open panel. So we're going to kind of just set the tone for the rest of the day. And if you guys have any questions or you want to chime into the conversation, please do so. We don't want this to be just kind of like a one-sided conversation. So like I said, we're going to start that, and then we're going to start with our presentations. So my name is Mike Mazz. I'm originally from the East Coast. I came here about 6 years ago, and I started my own video business, and then soon transitioned into graphic design, which then transitioned into a deeper dive with brand strategy and brand identity design. So that is what I do, and I support all the local businesses here, and I work with other clients remotely as well throughout the nation. So I've been in business for about 5 years. It's been fantastic. So
I'm Madison. I have always lived here, born and raised, Black Hills, a little biased, but I love it here. Grew up in Belle Fourche, actually, so not too far up the road, and started my entrepreneurial journey about 5 years ago with a wedding planning and design business, which I still own and love to run. Shortly after that, I actually got into the real estate world as well, helping new construction, investors, buyers, and sellers building wealth through real estate. And then recently, probably for the last couple of years, I have jumped into the world of operations and business strategy. So the boring stuff we hate to think about, that's what I like to do. So yeah, that's me.
My name is Ellen Pustejovsky. I am the owner and founder of Ellen's Collection. I have been in this industry as a photographer for 13 years now, just about, and so much has changed since when I started from what I'm doing now. My title now is more so a content creation specialist, where I do a lot of video and photo. I've worked with clients like Fabletics, Born Shoe, C4 Fabrication, and the list goes on from all over around the nation. And basically, I just really want to help people create authentic, honest online presence through visuals. So that is what I'm doing, and that's what I'll be teaching on today.
Morning, guys. We got a lot of Black Hills talent right in this room. Okay, a lot of business owners, entrepreneurs, and we're all looking to better what we're doing. So I'm super excited to have you guys. Super excited to be here. My name is Nate Tilley. I do online lead generation. We'll get into a little bit more of like what that means exactly, but long story short, basically I got really good at running Facebook ads for businesses that started bringing them in clients, and then I turned it into my whole system through a lot of time. I got some really lucky interactions in my life that allowed me to play in some really big industries and some really big markets with big clients and build like long-term case studies that I'm going to be sharing with you guys today and showing you exactly how we use this system. So I'm from the Black Hills, born and raised, live in Denver now, and I'm super excited to be with you guys today. So now what we're going to do is we're going to do a little bit of a panel discussion. I'll pass it back to you, Mike. It's going to be some reflective questions.
Thank you. Got my tiny chair over here. Also, another preface, it was the first time using all this technology today, so bear with us. But yeah, so I guess to start off, this is the Clarity Conference. You're here to gain some clarity on some aspect of your business, whether it is lead generation, how to get your name out there more, your product, your service, or how to create content, or how to internally manage your business and gain leverage so that you can focus more on your business rather than in your business. So I think, like I said, the main topic here is clarity. So for me, one of the biggest questions I get asked when clients come to me is, well, it's not actually a question, it's just like, hey, I need a logo, I need some branding, right? And just as they said, I'll dive more into that later, but for me, working with clients over the years, it's grown more into, instead of just handing you something pretty to look at, like a logo or colors or fonts, there's actually real deeper intangible values that your business has that you need to understand if you don't already. Most of you do, but as a designer, I kept delivering these pretty things, and I was like, well, man, the project's done, and they're actually not still seeing growth. It was actually an issue of mine. They looked good, but they didn't really solve any business issues. So I think today we're going to tackle how to discover those pain points with everyone and everyone's specialty and areas. And so my approach really is to ask the question why. And I think, Madison, I'm going to pass it to you because you're going to also talk about finding your why as well. It's more of, like I said, the intangible aspects of your brand and your business that people connect to. It's an emotional experience, right? So.
Absolutely. So by the way, guys, I'm just going to yell. So that kind of brings us into the operation sides of things, which I preface today is the most boring part of what you're going to learn. Like, I know that all of these guys have super exciting things to tell you, but I think why operations is so important to me and the leverage within your business is because it allows you to create a life by design. And that is the whole reason that I am teaching what I am teaching today, to get you from the point of overworked, 80 hours in your business. You probably got out of the 9-to-5 rat race so that you could work for yourself and have some sort of freedom, and then we end up elbows deep working all the time and there's no money in the bank. It's like this business owner dilemma that people see all of the time. So I want to talk about that, why it's important to have a bigger purpose and picture that your business is leading towards, which falls right in line with what Mike is going to be teaching you to begin with today. And then all of the super tangible and tactical things to be able to take you from working all the time and not making any money to quite the opposite, where you find talent within your team to be able to take things off your plate. Maybe they do it better than you. Maybe it's more makes more sense affordability-wise for them to do it for you, and all of the systems and stuff so that you're not running like yourself to the ground just trying to keep this thing afloat. So. Yeah, and going off of that, kind of fading into the burnout phase, which is what we really want to avoid. I have been there from personal experience, and my biggest thing and why I come and teach now is so that people can avoid that fully. It's a great learning experience nonetheless, but honestly, if we can avoid that, we can take the steps to keep that out of the picture. More power to us. So with the content creation aspect, I am going to teach you strategies on how to be able to develop a way where you show up for your audience that actually serves them and transfers your followers into real clientele or super fans. And we're going to be talking a lot more about that in my discussion, or panel if you will. And it's just a really fun way when you actually have that mind shift change on how am I supposed to show up, if I'm supposed to show up every day. And it's going to become more of a, I want to show up for these people because they value the stuff that I have been providing for them. They see the unique qualities that I can give them. And that's going to create that motivation and creativity, ideation, whatever you want to call it, to really funnel some easy ways on how to cultivate an organically strong community for you guys.
Well said. Okay, so I can't sit on that chair and do that. Okay, so whether it's, so we've got our branding, like branding, organization, operation, content, everything like that. And then we've got business growth, okay? So like whatever section you're here more leaning towards today, like there's gonna be something that speaks more to your certain situation. And so ask yourself, like, what are you really here for? Like, what's on your mind for your business? Like, I know with my clients, well, clients, yes, but also like a lot of prospects I talk to. You know, I have hundreds of sales conversations per month with clients and working through businesses and their problems and what they're going through. And a lot of times, people know exactly what their main problem is in their business, like the exact bottleneck, the exact thing that's holding them back. And usually they even also know the exact steps that they need to take. But it's funny how we will have the clarity on what we need to do, and like without having somebody that's just like, no, do this. Like you have to open up Ads Manager and make an ad for your business and launch it and spend like $20 a day, and you're gonna get new people in. Like without having that accountability or like that driving, it feels so overwhelming because there's so much coming at us all the time. So like part of what we're gonna be doing today to see like the bigger picture is to really hone in on the one thing in your business. So just take a second and ask yourself, like, what is the number one problem? What's the number one bottleneck that's holding you back? Whether it's in your branding, where it's like, do you feel like, I mean, because I'm learning from all these guys too. Like, you know, I go through burnout, you know, growing a company is not easy. We all experience these things and we're all learning. So it's like, what is the main thing that you're, you know, here's where I was going with that. When I wake up in the morning, sometimes I think about my branding and I'm like, I don't feel that confident. Like, you know, you look in the mirror, you get a fresh fade or fresh shave and you feel really good, or a fresh haircut, feel great. Sometimes with my branding, my content, I don't feel that great about that. But I feel really good about my business growth, you know? So like, there's imbalances that we have to learn how to like balance over time. And so like from each of these, we all have our own thing to bring to you guys. And so like from your own perspective, like where is your number one bottleneck in branding, operations, content, and growth? And what's stopping you? And then what would your ideal situation look like if that problem wasn't there? And not in a financial way, like how would your life be impacted if you were to grow, but like financially, like yeah, you'd make more money, but like how would your life actually change if you were able to get your branding on point, start growing your business, start adding that like 26% additional revenue every month? What's that gonna look like for your life quality? Because we're not gonna be driven to do things unless it's actually our quality of life that's gonna grow. If it's more money and you're just gonna have more work and more problems, that's not gonna grow your business. So today we're trying to make everything work together and have that synergy. And I think that's the only thing I have for you guys to kind of reflect on at first.
Yeah, and just to go off what Nate, I'm going to ask some questions here soon, but just to go off what you were saying, man, you know, looking in the mirror, and it's this weird kind of duality that happens. It's like, I know who I am, I know what I want to do, I know who I want to serve, but the, you know, how it looks or how I'm doing it, how I'm going about it isn't really aligning. There's some sort of misalignment that happens. And that's the beauty of actually hiring out. I hire Ellen for my content creation. I will soon be hiring these guys to help me out because, yes, I know those issues, but I can't really articulate them as well as they can, right? And same for me. You know, most of my clients have an identity crisis. And it's usually, yes, it's visual, but most of the time it's actually their purpose. Because your visuals should reflect your purpose, right? That's why you have a logo. That's why you have branding. And it's all part of one system. So I guess I want to ask guys, and just feel free to throw out a hand or whatever, but what are you hoping to take away today? And what's like the one thing? Have you found that one thing, or is there something on your mind? What can we kind of just surface today? Does anyone feel like, especially for me, is there anyone? Nice. Great. Sweet. Awesome. Thanks for being here.
All right, I think that sets a really good standard here. So thank you for starting us off. We'll go along this way. I want to know who you guys are, what your business is, and a little bit about why you're here today. We started, now it's your guys' turn.
from Minnesota.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Absolutely. We love to see it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Hear that.
Yeah, he would have heard about it. Let's be honest.
That's wonderful. Thank you guys so much for sharing. Like I said before, we really appreciate you guys being here. I know it's a small group, but this is going to allow us to have a lot more engagement with each other and more time for us to really grow and help in whatever pain points that you guys are having or currently dealing with right now. So.
Okay. Couple housekeeping items. I want to shout out to our virtual people. We've got a handful on the interweb watching too, so thank you guys for being here. With that being said, just a reminder, you'll also get a lifetime access to the recording of today, so you can go back, go over the notes, go over what we talked about. That'll come to you within the next week or so. Yeah, or so. We'll keep you posted as long, if the technology gods are willing to work with us. Other than that, for all of you guys being here, you guys might have seen it on social media, but we're also doing a giveaway at the end of the day. So for being here, virtual and in person, your names will go in a pot, and we will be drawing a free 60-minute consultation with whoever you want to meet with. So you'll have to pick between us four. I know that's going to be really hard, so start thinking about it now. But we'll sit down with you in our areas of expertise, 60 minutes of just brainstorming how we can help you one-on-one in your business, either branding, operations, content creation, or lead generation. So we will be doing that at the very end. Is there anything else? Okay, we're going to do like 5 minutes, switch over to our first speaker, Mike. Bathrooms are down the hall to the left if you guys need to run out, and then we will get started. There you go. Yes.
Yeah, top off your coffee. Also, there's going to be lunch, and I had 11:45. Sweet. Okay. Thanks.
want cigars. Don't play no games, girl, play your part. I've been about you from the start. Don't bluff with me, baby, I pull your card. I sing to your girl, she go to bars. Material girl. Love, ever since I met her, she been on Front Street. Material girl. Now I'm starting to think that she got a boyfriend. Material girl. Sex fit, tell him do it in the bed. Material girl. Material girl. Listen, way back before Bill was real young. We was immature little children. Someone did you wrong, you were still young. You got scars you never healed from. What's it like to hold it down for a real one? Just prepare for the ride of your life. She want the plain Jane flooded with ice. Mink first beef for animal rights. Under the scope and surrounded with lights. I hope you're not really afraid of heights. I've been going crazy, yeah. That's my baby. Need you right now. There you go, baby. I've been going crazy, yeah. That's my baby. Need you right now. There you go, baby. I've been going crazy, yeah. That's my baby. Need you right now. There you go, baby. I've been going crazy, yeah. That's my baby. Need you right now.
Check, check, check. Mic check. Sweet. I'm ready to go when you are, man. Check, check. Mic check. Hello. Oh. The lav. I can use handheld if you want. Yeah. Testing. Hey, listen to that.
Oh.
Hands free.
Can I also have you put this on too?
What is that?
This is the lab for if.
Oh, there's some feedback there.
Yeah.
What is this?
It's your mic.
For what? Oh. Is it on? Huh. Interesting. More tech to worry about. I'm gonna be double mic'd right now. Cool. Let's just get this situated. Thanks for being patient, guys. This probably looks so silly. Sweet. Cool. Practicing every day? No, I haven't. I know what I'm gonna say. Uh-oh. The music? The stream. I love that analogy of the mirror. I'm going to use that. And you look, you have confidence when you look in the mirror. It's like, oh, okay, I know who I am, or at least I'm on the right track. I think that's a little more important. Maybe full understanding is a little bit too much sometimes. But how do I do that? I do that through brand strategy and design, and identity design. Have you guys heard those terms before? Yeah? Sweet. So brand strategy. Oops, wrong clicker. Yeah, through brand strategy, I help you understand your story, right? So before I design anything, before I create anything for you, I have to understand why you're doing what you're doing, your purpose. Who the heck are you talking to? You can't just make a logo for anyone, right? You're in your own industries. So it has to be relevant. And you have to tell your story visually, somehow. And then, yes, so with brand strategy, of course, just touch the surface here, attributes, features, voice, messaging, positioning, your mission, your core values, these are the intangibles that you actually deliver. It's the end product after the product has already been delivered or the service has been experienced. So with like a property management company, right? Some features might be that you have really great communication. Emails respond in 5 to 10 minutes. That's awesome. For property management, I actually used to work for Victor Management here in Spearfish, and that was one of our core values was communication. Did we fumble sometimes? Yeah, we're not perfect. Like, our business was not perfect. But our tenants appreciated the fact that we were so on time and we dealt with things and we actually responded to emails and picked up the phone. There's a person behind that phone. So, and through identity design, that helps visualize your story, right? It helps actually express the values and those intangibles through something visual, in an environment, in an experience, and a touch point in the business card. Even that little touch point is really important. Yep, so identity. The things you actually experience, you encounter on a day-to-day basis. A color palette, of course the logo, the infamous logo, the fonts, the composition of things, photography, business cards, and so on, video. You're all creating a certain type of space for the people who you're serving on a visual level. But what is branding? What is it? Does anyone have an idea? I kind of want some responses. What in your mind right now do you think branding is? Okay. Great. It's almost very close to the definition. Anyone else have a preconceived understanding of branding? Nate?
Things like how you represent yourself as like a brand?
For sure. Yes, how you show up. Yeah, sure.
Your personality.
Yep. Anyone else? Anyone? Any other definition? Well, we'll get into it. Well, let me first tell you what it isn't.
I drafted. Like the recording and stuff. I'm gonna be walking a lot. I'm a walker. I'm gonna pace. I can almost guarantee it. Yeah, I'm like for sure gonna be right here. A lot of the time.
So, Justin, question. If we were to do slides on this computer during her speech, you have to do this and this. You want to do that? Do we do that?
Okay. I'd say let's just do the audio.
We're gonna do that. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll do that then.
Okay. And then I'm gonna be walking. I'll probably pace. Cool. I'm ready whenever you are. They're in my bag. There's like a whole box of them. I'm good. Can you guys hear me? All right. Okay guys, let's get started. So, as you guys know, today I'm going to be teaching about internal operations in your business. This includes leverage through systems, leverage through people, putting your profit first so we can actually see some money in the bank account as a business owner, and then hiring the right people to your team as well. So really my goal of today is to give you guys the tools and all of the resources and tactical advice to scale your business and create a life by design. So what is life by design first? Let's get into that. Basically, all of you guys have made that decision to begin with by being here and by being your own business owner. Because a life by design is a life on your own terms. It is a life that you design. You decide when you go to work, when you stop working, how much money you make, who works for you, all of those things.
And all of the things that my other partners are teaching you today is going to help with that, but a lot of it is internal operations. And as entrepreneurs, especially creative entrepreneurs, which I know a lot of you are, operations kind of gets pushed to the wayside because it's boring and it's not really fun to do. And I get that completely, so sorry you guys have to sit through an hour of this, but I'm going to try and make this as fun as possible because it is very, very important. So first of all, thank you guys for betting on yourself and your business and coming here today and taking the first step forward to that life by design. I'm going to introduce myself, and maybe that's not working. One sec. Stand by. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to introduce myself and my business, mostly because I'm a stranger to some of you, and some of you guys know me, but I believe in telling you why you should listen to me and why I have any business giving you guys advice on your operations of your business. So I grew up as a competitive ballerina for a long time, 14 years. And has anybody done like ballet or dance here? Okay, a lot of us have done that, especially as a younger girl or guy. But getting into the older years of competitive ballet, it's very structured. You show up on time, you leave at a certain time, your hair has to be pulled up in a ballet bun, you wear a leotard, you don't stray outside of the lines, right? There's no gray, it's all black and white in ballet. You execute a plie exactly the way it's supposed to be every single time, and that's just the beauty of ballet. So I tell you that story because I feel like a lot of the reason why I am so attracted to operations and leverage in business is because it's very much the same way. We create these lines and boxes for our business to live in, which then helps us stay out of the business and create that life by design. So I got into entrepreneurship about 4 or 5 years ago now, honestly, because I'm not good at anything else. And I dropped out of college. It wasn't right for me. I've been fired from every single job. I'm not a great employee, so I figured I might as well try to do something on my own because we got to pay the bills somehow, right? So I started my first business as a wedding planning and design company, which I know we've got a wedding and elopement photographer in here. Such a fun business, but holy crap did I learn a lot, and I made so many mistakes. No budget, no systems, no operation. I'm just posting crap. Okay guys, I'm gonna cuss a lot. That's just me, so I'm not gonna hold back. Anybody like have an issue with that? No? Okay, perfect. We were rehearsing and I'm like, can I cuss? Because that's just who I am. So I'm posting shit all over my social media, right, as my first business owner, and I have no idea what I'm doing. I get a couple of clients, but honestly, it was kind of just pure luck, and I learned very, very quickly that I had no idea what I was doing and that I needed to get my shit together. So, thus bred the internal operations and leverage. So, but this today is about you, it's not about me. That's just who I am and a little bit about why you should listen to me. And I'm gonna pick on our 2 newbies today because you guys came in a little late. Thank you so much for joining us. Part of our first day is we actually got to know everybody and their business and why they are here. That was actually part of my presentation, but I crossed it out until I saw you guys come in because I want to include you in it. So would you mind introducing yourself, tell us what your business is and why you are here? Oh, cool. Awesome. Okay. Awesome. Right down the road? No, I have Black Hills. Okay, awesome. So what problem are you guys trying to solve today? Okay. I hear ya. Okay.
I just got a storefront, so I'm taking a pretty big step.
Yeah, congratulations. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, awesome. Well, that is fantastic. So I'm going to ask you guys another question. I would like to know a little bit about how long you guys have been in business. So if you've been operating your business for a year or less, raise your hand. Okay, awesome. 1 to 3 years? Okay, 3 to 5 years? Yeah, 5 years or more. Okay, we got some seasoned people in here. I like it. Okay, next question. On a scale of 1 to 10, or 1 to 5, because we're going to use figures. 1 to 5. Number 1 being I literally have no idea what my operations are. I don't even know what operations is. I literally take everything from scratch and I just pull it out of my ass anytime I try to do something. That's number 1, right? Okay. Number 5 is I have everything systemized, written down, and I follow a process every time I do something in my business. Where are we at? 5, 2, 3. Okay, okay, all right, we are doing good, awesome. All right, 2, Mike, thank you for the honesty. Okay, I love it, I love it. All right, guys, so let's just get right into it now that we kind of know each other a little bit more. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Technology, not my friend. All right, so I'm going to tell you a story. I was in Mexico about a month ago on a vacation with my significant other. And I've never been to an all-inclusive resort, so it was like super fancy for me. And we decided to get our first couples massage. I'm an avid massage goer, but he just doesn't like to be touched. I think that's a guy thing. I don't know. So we went into the concierge. They asked us, when do we want it? What time? Would we like it inside or outside on the beachfront? I'm like, absolutely on the beach when in Mexico, right? And, you know, what kind of pressure do you want? And then, of course, they ask you, would you like a female or a male masseuse? And I can pick on my boyfriend today because he's not here, but he's like female, right? He doesn't want a guy touching him like that. I get it. I don't really care, but sure. So they take down all of these notes at the concierge. We book it. We pay for our massage, and it's on the calendar for a couple days in our vacation. Well, we show up to the spa, they ask us the same questions again, totally cool, and then we go into our treatment. Well, we show up, and he gets the male masseuse, and I get the female one, which I don't care, but he cared a lot, you know, because that's something he was really adamant about. I don't like to be touched, but if I'm going to be touched, it's got to be a female masseuse. I get it. All right, guys. Well, that didn't happen because there was some sort of failure in communication between concierge to the spa, to the masseuse, right? And the reason I tell you guys this story is because there's 2 main reasons why operations don't work in a business. Number 1, either the system is not fully fleshed out to the point where Will could step into my business right now knowing nothing and do it from point A to point B. The second option is usually it's both, 1 and 2, but the second option is that there's just some sort of communication mishap. That's probably what happened there because they have the system, ask these questions, then they pass it along to step number 2, and then they're supposed to pass it along to the actual masseuse when we show up to get our service. But somewhere in the middle there, whether it was the system wasn't operated correctly or the communication failed between that, it created an experience for us where I'm a business owner, so I see those things and I'm like, no big deal, we're not perfect, right? But as the customer, the experience was, for my boyfriend, not probably the greatest because he really did not want a male masseuse. So the reason I tell you that story again is because right there, that is operations. That is an internal operations in your business that did fail for us as the client experience because there was a couple of things that were missing. So every time, guys, jeez. With that being said, operations is not sexy. It's not. We have to talk about the problems. It's all the fires within our business that we really don't want to handle. Like I've told you this about 500 times, like Madison, we get it, it's not fun, for sure. But with that being said, we are going to hear about a lot more interesting things. You know, Mike just gave us a lot to learn about branding and the strategy behind that. Soon, Ellen is going to teach us about content creation and how we show up for our audience. And then Nate's going to come in there, which you guys are probably going to like him the best because he's going to teach you how to make a lot of money. At least that's what I think, right? But what all 4 of our things have in common is the only way that they work is by operations. If we don't have a system, if we don't have someone to do the system or a system to complete that system, it's not going to happen. It doesn't matter if you know what content to create. If you don't know the steps to follow, it's never going to happen. Same thing with branding, same thing with lead generation. So it's not sexy, but it's important. All right, did I do that right? Yes. Okay, so let's talk about the McDonald's theory. Raise your hand if you've ever eaten at McDonald's. Good or bad experience? Yeah, every single one of us. I think Nate didn't raise his hand, but you've been to McDonald's, right, man? Okay, so who wants to share with me why they either go or have gone to McDonald's in the past? Shoot it. Familiar?
It's like guilty pleasure.
Okay. You know what to expect every time, right? Yeah. Absolutely. Okay, so familiarity, you're going to get the same thing every time. Why else? 24/7, okay. Yeah, right? I mean, it's literally right down the street here. I can get off and have a burger in hand for like $5 in less than 10 minutes, right? It's easy. Now, who thinks they can make a better burger than McDonald's? Okay, yeah, and I'm a terrible cook and even I can make a better burger than McDonald's. We know that. But McDonald's is an international brand and business that absolutely crushes. I mean, you see the, whatever they call it, the M on the arches, thank you, the double arches. Thank you so much, that's what I was looking for. And you're like, okay, I know what to expect. I can get out there. I even know how much I'm gonna spend because their menu stays the same, right? And it might not be the best food that I have, but at least it's consistent. So the McDonald's theory basically is that I could go down the road here in Spearfish, South Dakota, get a Big Mac. It's gonna be good, it's gonna be decent, right? We pay the same amount of money. I can, fly over to New York City and get a Big Mac in Manhattan, and it's gonna be the same experience because they have operations, and literally the employees in McDonald's, they make the same, they follow this system and do the same thing over and over again, regardless if they're in the Midwest, the East Coast, the West Coast, internationally. I mean, I just got back from Dubai. My McDonald's Big Mac was the same there too. They literally follow a system. Burger, patty, 2 things of lettuce, 1 slice of cheese. It is that specific. So that is the reason that McDonald's is so popular and so successful, because you know what to get every single time, right? And the McDonald's theory is the idea that operations in your business should be that consistent, so that every single time your clients and customers work with you, they know what to expect. They know they're going to get great service, a great product, whatever it might be. So, yes, all right, guys. So without operations, there's no business. We've hashed this out, right? We understand that the service can be great, your content and social media can be fantastic, your branding can be beautiful and convey the message that we need to do. But if we don't have operations, if we don't have systems that we're going to follow, it really means nothing. So we've discussed who it's for, right? Every single business owner need to have internal operations. What it's used for, when we need to use it, where and why, but we really need to get into the how, and that's what we're gonna spend the most amount of time in today. But before we do that, before we really get into the how, we must first gain clarity. That's Clarity Conference, that's where we're here. And we have no idea what step to move in our business if we don't know where we're going. So I'm gonna pause, put a pin in that, because we're gonna do our first exercise. Everybody has their workbooks, right? I'm a very tactical person. Everybody who works with me can say that's for damn sure. And in specific with Mike, the first thing I told him when I was rebranding was, I want people to be able to work with me, read my book, go to my podcast, whatever it might be, and say, I didn't just get motivated, but I actually had tactical advice that I can walk away from. So we're gonna start with some goal setting. And before we do that and get into the goal setting, I really want to preface of where we're at, right? Because we must know where we're at and where we want to go, which is going to come from the goal setting, in order to figure out that gap and live in that gap. So we're going to talk through 3 steps as you guys are kind of queuing up your page, the 135 goal setting. We'll get to that in a minute. We're going to talk about the 3 steps that a lot of business owners go through, and it's just kind of a natural progression. So the first one is going to be the life of a self-employed person. So typically we get into the business at this point because we want to escape the 9-to-5 rat race. We want to have the freedom in time and income. We don't want to listen to a boss, all of that good stuff. But in reality, we are doing everything. We're wearing all the hats. So we're working 80 plus hours a week. There's really no money in the bank account because we're spending all of it just to keep the lights on, and there's no direction or reason. Now, the next step from self-employed, you start to get kind of a feel of where my business is going, what I have to offer, I'm getting some clients in, and then we transition into the life of a business owner. So you have clarity on your bottom line. You make decisions based on your big why, which is something we just talked about with Mike. You're using a systematic approach to move the needle forward in your business, and you're increasing your revenue by working on the business, the bigger picture things, versus being an employee in your business. Once we get there, we start to have some cushion in the bank account. We're maybe not working as much, but we're still wearing a lot of the hats because we haven't fully leveraged ourselves out of the business. And that takes us into the third step, which this is my goal to get you guys to, or at least on the path to be a lifestyle designer. So what does that mean? You've mastered the art of leverage and you're now enjoying life by design. You're working as many hours as you want, as many or as little. Unlimited income potential because now your business is a machine that's just working for you. And you're able to scale your business to 6 figures and beyond. I know we have a lot of 6-figure earners in here. That's amazing. These tools will get you to 500,000, your first million, your first couple of million. Absolutely, it just takes different steps. And the final thing is changing lives through your organization, whether that's team members on your team or the clients or customers that you work with. So out of curiosity, no shame here, right? This is a very authentic place to be. Who feels like they're in the self-employed category? Okay, awesome. How about the business owner category? Okay. And is anybody here in the lifestyle designer category? Not yet, but we're gonna get there. Nate, you're close. You're close, man. I see it. It's right there on the horizon for you. So now that we know, we're either sitting in that self-employed category or that business category, business owner category, I mean, and we're heading to the lifestyle designer, we need to figure out exactly what that takes to get there. So we're gonna start with the 1-3-5 exercise if we wanna switch to that page. We're gonna take about 10 minutes to go through this. Like I said, my main core value as a business owner is I want to give you tactical advice, so we're gonna do it right here and right now, because if I know, go home and do it, it's never gonna happen, right? I just know how people work. I would do the same thing. So with that being said, use that pencil. Everybody has a pencil that I gave you, right? And we are really gonna do some goal setting of the next 5 years. So in the next 12 months, in the next 3 years, and in the next 5 years, these are the answers these are the questions that you're gonna answer. Number 1, how much profit do you want to create? Now, profit is not revenue, profit is in your pocket. We are not business owners to pay the business, we are business owners for the business to pay us. So how much profit do we wanna create? Number 1. Number 2, what hires will you make? And what roles are they gonna have in your business? And lastly, what is your role in the business for the next 12 months, for the next 3 years, and then for the next 5 years? Now, of course, theoretically, this should work out to where you're gonna go through the cycle of self-employed to business owner to lifestyle designer. That's where we wanna get you. Anybody have any questions right now while we just work through that? Okay, I am going to look at the time, set a little timer for about 10 minutes here. And then I will walk around if anybody has any questions. Dustin, if you want to play some music while we're going through If anybody needs me to come around or has any questions they'd like to ask in front of the group, just raise your hand. Sorry, I'm deaf. In year 3, yep. Great question, and it's profit in your pocket. you didn't catch that on the camera. Now I feel like a total school teacher here, but when you're done, do you want to just put your pencils down so I know we can move on? Sorry guys, yeah. I almost became an elementary school teacher. I don't know if that would have been the right move for me. Yeah. Gotta keep my vocabulary in check. Oh, absolutely. Please do. He needs it. I would have told that story whether he was here or not, so I got no shame. He's definitely a little scarred, but I'm happy. No, I fell for him. Mike, did you put together this playlist? I'm digging it. I'm like, can't dance either. Not like that at least. Just like that. Weird. I'm watching Pencil. All right, guys, like 60-second warning, and then we're gonna get back on track. While everybody's finishing up, who wants to share? No, nobody wants to share? How about this? What was hard about this exercise? What was a challenge? Being honest, in what way? Okay, yep. So where am I actually at right now? Okay. Any other challenges that we had? Oh, I love that, yes. I mean, I am a fellow control freak, so I feel that. Okay, what was easy about this exercise? For me, it's always the money. I'm like 0, 0, 0, 0. I know exactly where I want to be on that. Was there an easy part for anybody they'd like to share? Was it? Okay. Just like, what is a realistic amount of money? Okay. Right, okay. So was it in terms of like you undercut yourself on what you could earn? Sure, absolutely. Well, the next exercise we're gonna do is gonna get you guys very in tune with where the money needs to be. So hopefully we can solve that for you. All right, so let's, oh yeah. I feel it.
And that is so hard to let go when I know I can do it right and do it right the first time. And letting that go to another person and giving them the responsibility.
Who else I relate with that in my soul, man. We are gonna go through an exercise that is honestly, what's the right word? When I did it, I was like, shit, okay, this is why I leverage. So we'll get there. Hopefully that'll fix some of that for me, or for you guys, because that was me too. As I'm such a control freak, I just want to hold on to every part of my business. But once we get to that exercise, it's very much of an eye-opener. So, okay, awesome, guys. So let us move on. Anybody else has any questions, things they'd like to add on this exercise? We feel like we have some clarity? Yeah? Yes, absolutely. Hopefully. Turnover is definitely still something I think a lot of people struggle with. So, all right. So let's talk a little bit about the law of exponential growth. We're going to use these goals that we just set and now in a more tactical way, get some ideas and systems and resources of exactly how we're going to implement that. But before we do, I think it's really important to talk about the business owner mindset behind the law of exponential growth. So who has heard of this law before? Okay, so in the finance world, it's basically like compound interest, right? But in the business world, a more rhetorical way of explaining it is small daily actions over and over and over in a consistent manner to create one big goal. I find working with business owners, and I work with a lot of real estate agents, that they tend to get really hard on themselves where they want to go from year 1 to year 5 tomorrow, and it's just not something that is realistic. So I think it's really important that we're all on the same page of we're gonna get a lot of ideas here, but walking away from today is putting these into small, consistent daily tasks that we're completing over and over and over again. So in 3 years, in a year, in 3 years, in 5 years, we can hit those goals we just set for ourselves. Can we agree on that? Absolutely. All right. So let's talk about the first step towards lifestyle designer. And that is starting with Profit First. Who's read the book Profit First? Nope, okay, well, great book. There's a resource packet or a resource page in your packet with all of these book recommendations as well as some other things that I'll mention. So you don't have to write it down, it's at the end of my stuff. So what is Profit First? Profit First, to simply say it, is every time I make a sale, whether it's a service I sold or a product I sold, I as a business owner is taking a percentage of that sale profit every single time, no matter what. Now, the reason that Profit First is important is because it totally defies the traditional business bookkeeping. And it's like, okay, Madison, that's super simple. I just take a percentage of my profit every time I sell something and like no big whoop. But the traditional business bookkeeping is revenue minus expenses equals your profit, right? So the issue is that when we do that, and let's say like at the end of the year when we get our taxes done and our CPA is like, awesome, you made $100,000 in revenue, your expenses were 60 grand, your profit's $40,000, like fantastic. Where's the 40K? Because it's not my bank account. And what happens with this traditional business bookkeeping is we do all of these things and then the profit's not there because we're basically taking what's left over. And it's never left over because there's always something to buy, someone to hire, shit happens, I mean, whatever it might be. So the reason Profit First is really important is because what it does is it actually pays yourself first. And you guys have heard that, right? Pay yourself first. That's the first rule in becoming wealthy. But we tend to not do that as a business owner because it's more important in our minds that our business continues to operate. And I completely agree with you. But what's the point of operating a business if at the end of the day, at the end of the year, when we do our taxes, the 40K isn't there and we're barely putting food on our table and keeping lights on at home? So from Profit First, they talk about a financially healthy company is a series of small daily financial wins, not one big moment. And that's how wealth is created too. You don't just suddenly go from not having money to having money. It's just not an overnight thing. I wish, but get rich quick is not a thing that even exists in this world. So with that being said, the goal of Profit First is to completely just ixnay all of that traditional bookkeeping bullshit that does not work and we know doesn't work. So what does that look like? Well, we are going to first get a very tactical look at where we are at financially in our business and what profit we want to take away. So let me ask you guys this. Courtney, I'm going to pick on you. When you set your business goals, money-wise, do you set a revenue goal or a profit goal? Okay, why is that?
Because
Absolutely.
So I haven't ever done that because I started so small. I grew, I lost, I grew, I lost.
Absolutely.
So I just kind of am comfortable where I'm at with what I'm doing. And I just focus on making that return on investment for those clients that I do have
Okay.
the best that I can.
Okay.
So I kind of go by more occupancy percentage versus.
For your business in specific. Okay. Who here sets money goals in their business? Okay. On what frequency? Is it like monthly, quarterly, yearly? Monthly. Okay. And is it revenue? Is it sales? Okay. How does that reflect into your profit? Is that something that you consider? Do you base your revenue goal based off of how much you want to put in your pocket as well? Okay. Awesome. Ellen, how about you? Be about the same. My revenue goal is this because I want this much in my bank account at the end of the month. Awesome. Okay. So we are going to be doing a exercise called the economic model, which basically it starts with profit first. If I want to make $100,000 in my pocket, I want to earn 6 figures profit. What are the things that we need to do? And it really boils it down to customer acquisitions. So before we jump into that, like I said, this is a very tactical one, guys, so it's going to be a lot of interactive worksheets. I want you guys to flip to that page. It's called the economic model. The goal of this, number 1, we want to have confidence in your profit. If I want to make this, I need to do this. I need to acquire this many customers at this average sale price, and if I do that, I will end up at this profit number. So that's number 1. I mean, like, who here would love to have confidence that if they acquire this many customers every month, that's what's going to be in their bank account? That'd be freaking awesome, right? And then number 2, knowing your numbers, because I'm sure we all do it, but like you start to avoid looking at your bank account because you don't want to even just like see that. I'm guilty of that. When I don't want to look at my bank account, I'm like, something's not right with my numbers. By having the confidence and knowing exactly what your numbers are in your business, we're not going to have that anxiety anymore. So let's get started with the economic model. We are going to do this together because it's kind of complicated. So before we get into that, I want to define the difference between customers versus clients just for the sake of this exercise. It might look different in your business, but for the sake of this exercise, customers is going to be pre-sale. Clients is going to be post-sale. Does that make sense? Okay. Cool. So, economic model. We've got that right here. Number 1, yearly profit goal. So I want you to answer this question for yourself. In the next 12 months, what do you want to make in profit? Write that in there. And we might need calculators for this, by the way, guys, if you want to get your phones out. Unless you can do it in your head, then more power to you, but I absolutely cannot. So, okay, so you've got your yearly profit goal in there. Now, top 3 revenue sources. This is going to look different for everybody, but I just want you to get it down on paper so we know where our money is coming from. This could be elopement photography. You know, this could be your elopement package. This could be your small wedding package. Like in our world, we have 3 different planning packages, something along those lines. You know, long-term property management, short-term property management. You know, Will, you are going to be new construction, remodel. If you don't have 3, that's okay, but at least as many as you can get on there. Perfect. Okay. So on A, all you're going to do is you're going to transfer your yearly profit goal, whatever you put at the top, under A where it says what is your yearly profit goal. This is an equation, so we have to fill in all the blanks. Under B, what is your total yearly expenses? This is operating expenses, taxes, sales tax, salary, anything that, like money that is going out. Now, you might have to do some figuring. I'll give you guys a couple minutes to figure out what that is. If you know your monthly, just multiply it by 12. Now, Will, for yours, your expenses are high, man. High. Sorry. I tried to make this as cohesive as possible for all different business types, but I'm just thinking like, oh shit, yours is gonna be difficult. What's that? Sorry, I'm so deaf. For real estate, for you, as a new agent, your expenses are gonna be extremely low. Honestly, I would do it on property management because we have one that is set up specifically for real estate and will make your life so much easier because there's like splits and all that crap that is not bent in this one. So do that for property management now, and then I'll make sure Beth does the other economic model with you. Okay. Okay, everybody have their yearly expenses in there? Okay. C, what is your average sale price? So, if I am a wedding photographer, my average package is $2,500. If I sell jewelry, my average sale price is $80. Does that kind of make sense? Average, you know, as a, let's see, branding design, if your average package is $5,000, that kind of thing. What do you mostly sell? In terms of like my wedding planning business, we've got 3 packages, but I know that I sell one more than the other 3. So that's my average when I'm running numbers. Yours is hard, huh? So I want you to think of it as in 1 year. Yeah, in 1 year, what is the average dollar a customer brings you? So if a customer is going to manage with you for a full year, what is the average revenue they bring into your business per customer? Client. Like property, per property. If I know on average my one property per year generates me 10 grand, that would be your average sale price. Anybody have any other questions? Average sale price can be kind of hard if you're not just a cut and dry service or product-based business. And Will, are you doing like average bid price? Yeah, I think that's probably the best bet for you. Okay, average sale price is in there. Last thing, I believe it's D, yes. What percentage of customers turn into paying clients? Well, let me explain this. We said customers are pre-sale, clients are post-sale. So if on average I can meet with 5 customers pre-sale and convert 3 of them into a paying client, that is my percentage of closing. Does that make sense? So if you meet with 5 brides and 3 of them say yes, that's your closing percentage. Well, if you meet with 5 potential builds and 3 of them close, that's your closing percentage. Might have to do a little bit of thinking. And again, this is something that would be really great to track. We'll get there. Key performance indicators, that's later on, but just kind of a general idea. Inquiries to sales. Like Ellen, how many people reach out to you for photography that actually pay the invoice? How many people, reach out to you about jewelry that actually buy or put it in their cart that actually buy, that kind of thing, if you can track it. Some of these numbers you might not know yet. That's why we do it. Okay, so now that we have all of our numbers figured out, we're gonna put it into the equation. So bear with me before we start plugging into the calculator. Let's get it written out and then we will figure out our number. So let's do some figuring. A is your profit goal, plus B is your yearly revenue goal. So you would take your profit plus your expenses equals revenue. So let's figure out that equation. Okay, then you're gonna jump down to line 2. Yearly revenue goal, divide that by 12 to get your monthly revenue goal. Okay, monthly revenue goal divided by C, which is your average sale price, equals E, which is your monthly closed sales goal. So now you are getting a number. I need to close 6 clients post-sale per month to hit my profit goal. Okay. Anybody confused so far? Need help? Everything making sense, coming out the right way? Round up, because we cannot close 0.5 of a client. I just like to put that out there. Round up, please. Okay, last line. You're gonna take E, which is your monthly closed sales goal. You're gonna divide that by D, which was your percentage of customers pre-sale you turn into clients post-sale, plus E, that also equals your number of customer acquisitions per month. So now we know from that, based off of my conversion rate from customers to clients with my average sale price, that is how many people I need to pitch to get on my website and put something in their cart, to look at my services. So E divided by D plus E equals your number of customer acquisitions per month. We're gonna take a dance party during lunch, just. And if you guys have any questions about this, where like my things are just not working out, we have 60 minutes for lunch. We can run through it really quick. I owe Will something for lunch and then I'm all yours. Just a little paperwork, not much. Just like half a tree, no big deal. Okay, everybody has E divided by D plus E equals your number of customer acquisitions per month. Do we all have that? Okay, answer this question for me. This is way less number of customers pre-sale than I thought it was gonna be. Who's in that boat? Awesome, 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 awesome. Yay, okay. Who's like, holy shit, this is a lot. Okay, perfect, that's all right. We're gonna talk about how to get some of that stuff off your plate. So let's complete this statement. I need to acquire X amount of potential customers pre-sale per month, so that comes from our last figure, to purchase my product at an average cost of blank per purchase, to earn my monthly revenue goal of blank, and achieve my yearly profit goal of blank. So all this has already been figured out for you, you just have to now translate this into the statement. Who wants to share this completed statement with the group? Okay, go ahead, Mike. Okay, awesome. What kind of clarity does that provide for you? Now, absolutely. Now think about this, guys. The better that I get at my business, the better my conversion rates are, the more people that I can turn into customers to clients, the less people I'm gonna have to talk to. Talk about some leverage there, right? Okay, everybody have their statements completed? How we feeling? Happy? Money is like, it's always a taboo topic, but I'm never shying away from it, so I don't know how people feel about it. Okay, are we all ready to move on? Okay. So we're gonna put a pin in this because we're gonna come back to money. We're gonna talk about that a little bit more, but we just talked about how important profit first is, and we just made our profit first. Now we know that we need to take a percentage from every single sale that we make, and we know exactly what those numbers are. That's pretty powerful. I had something else to go into, but I'm totally blank. I'll think of it again. Okay, so let's talk about my best business money strategies. That is just a general rule of thumb I like to follow to keep my money in my bank accounts looking real good. So, number one, no more like, let us just make this vow right here and now. We are not going to avoid looking at our bank accounts anymore because that is such a bad habit and the problem just doesn't magically go away. The more that you look at your bank account, the more that you're familiar with your numbers and exactly where you're staying, the easier that anxiety is going to get. Number two, have multiple accounts. I would write this down. Here's the accounts as a business owner with multiple businesses I would recommend you have. Number one, operating expenses. So any expenses it costs to operate your business. This is buying products, this is buying, your equipment for photography, this is buying your paper goods for your clients and their property management. This is hourly wages, all that kind of stuff. Second one is going to be your profit account, because guys, every time you make a sale, you are taking that profit percentage and you're putting it in a separate account. Because if you do not do that, it is going to be spent, I promise you. You pay yourself out of that profit account. So third one is going to be taxes. Now I get a little wild and I actually have two tax accounts, one for income tax, one for sales tax. I just like to keep it separate. I know 6.5% of my sales tax needs to go in there. I'm going to save 20% of my income into my taxes for my tax return at the end of the year. So you could do this separate. I've also seen people do it just as one. I prefer them to just be separate altogether. And then the last one is going to be your business reserves. So this should be, and it takes a lot to get there, like trust me, I get it, but this should be a minimum of 6 months of operating expenses. If you get hit by a bus, God forbid, and you can't operate your business for 6 months, it can run, and you're not having to take money out of your personal account, you're not having to take out loans. It is there, that is your security net. I would also recommend you put that in a high yield savings account so you make more than 0.001% interest, but that's just me. Who has a really good one? Shit. One sec. Actually, Capital One has a fantastic high yield savings account, just FYI. But I've also heard, just like, don't do like Wells Fargo savings account because it's like a penny a year. It's ridiculous. Okay, so we're looking at it weekly. We're having those multiple accounts. We're having a monthly money goal for your business, which we just created, guys. We just created that. You're paying yourself first. Typically what I like to do is on the 1st and the 15th of every month, I sit down, I get myself a coffee, kind of treat myself. We're gonna have 15 minutes to look at my bank account. I am going to transfer all the profit I've made in the last 15 days into that profit account. The allocation for my reserves, the allocation for my sales tax and my income tax, I'm doing all of that and moving the money around. Now there are ways to automate it, but I personally like to have my hands in the money so I know what is happening. And last but not least, set yearly business goals around money every October for the following one, and every single October I fill out a new economic model, which is on my website. There's a QR code on the last page called resource page. You go on there, you download economic model. It is free to edit and it's free to download. Okay, guys. So now that we have our next 5 years in business set with our goals of profit, who we're going to hire, what our role is, we know exactly where our money is for the next 12 months. We're going to start talking about how we implement that, and the first thing that we need to talk about today is leverage. This is the number one thing that's going to allow you to work on your business as the founder, as the CEO, as the director, versus working in your business as an employee. So what is leverage? Leverage is, did I do that right? Yeah. Leverage is a person or a system that takes things off your plate as the business owner. So I hire someone to sell. I am no longer the salesperson. That is leverage. I get a system to do my bookkeeping. That is leverage because that system is now taking something off of my plate. So now this can look a variety of things. They can take it off your plate because they do it better than you. I mean, let's be honest, I cannot do content creation. Ellen knows this, and we're talking about getting this leveraged off because it is not one of my strong suits. Do what you do best and outsource the rest. Like if I know my number one thing in my business is to consult business owners. Everything else is just noise to me, and I need to get that off of my plate. Will is very good at this in his business. We gotta speed this up a little bit because you got some stuff on your plate that should not be there. You're laughing because you know it's true. With that being said, the second option, and sometimes it can be both, it's honestly more cost effective and more ways than one for someone else to do things in your business than you. It is not, and please don't take this as like ego or anything like I've got a big head or anything, but it is truly not worth my time to filter the emails in my email. It is truly not worth my time to do the bookkeeping. It's honestly not worth my time to do the content creation because there's someone out there that is better at it than me. They can do that, they can take it off my plate so I can focus on what actually makes the money. So with that being said, God damn it. Oh yeah, is that right? No, hold on, I think I skipped one. Knowing when it's time to leverage. Okay, yeah, sorry guys, I got a little off course. So knowing when it's time to leverage. I often get that question of like, I have all these ideas of people I want to hire, systems I want to implement, but I don't really know where to start or when to start, right? And how do I know exactly when I'm supposed to leverage in my business? And the simple answer is, if there is something in your business that needs to be done that is worth less per hour than what you earn as the business owner, it should be leveraged. So for example, if I earn $250 per hour, as an example, as the business owner, yet managing my emails, my calendar, my calls and text messages can be done by a virtual assistant and they get paid $15 to $30 an hour, we've got a big difference that should be leveraged off my plate. The minute something like cleaning my house, that roughly goes for about $50 an hour. I make $250 an hour, that should be off my plate. Does that make sense? So how do we know how much money we make per hour? Well, that's a great question. We're going to do another exercise, guys. So if we go to the next page, in here, called your dollar per hour. This actually says dollar per house, guys. Clearly, I also am not great at that should be leveraged off my plate. Sorry, just you can cross it out and put hour. My bad. Okay, so this one's super easy to do. Number one, A, how much profit did I, not revenue, profit did I earn last year? This might be really eye-opening for you guys, but let's be honest with ourselves. How much profit did I earn last year? Put that in A. Okay, B is on average, how many hours per week do I spend on income-producing activities? If I am a wedding photographer, bookkeeping and managing my emails is not an income-producing activity, right? If I am someone who makes jewelry, the only income-producing activity for you most likely is going to be acquiring customers and creating jewelry. Property manager, it's going to be talking to clients and managing the actual properties. Branding, talking to clients and doing the branding. All the other noise, all the other BS is just not income producing activities. So on average, how many hours per week? Okay, now, what's that look for? All right. C, weekly hours. So I spend an average of 40 hours per week on my income producing activities, whatever it is. Multiply that by 52 weeks, that's your yearly hours you spend on your income producing activities. What? Okay, now that we've answered A, B, and C, the actual calculation is A, my profit from last year, divided by C, my yearly hours, equals my dollar per hour. Once you get that equation completed, I want you to complete the statement of I earn an average of blank dollars per hour while completing income producing activities. Who wants to share? No. Why? Because it's less or more? Okay, so we're gonna fix that, right? If you're like, I barely make minimum wage. Like, guys, it's no shame. We've all been there. That's what we're trying to get out of, right? That was me. Sometimes that is still me. Like, I do so much shit in my business, I probably make like $425. It's ridiculous. But the point of this, income producing activities. Number one, are we spending the most amount of time we should be on those activities? Because if we're not, usually we're doing those things on emails or my calendar or bookkeeping or shit that just does not matter and shouldn't be on your plate and should be leveraged out. Does everybody have that done? They're still working on it, I think. Okay, so who is like surprised by this number, good or bad? Mike, he's like, yeah, that was me. I'm just picking on you, I'm sorry. Who knew this number before we even did this? Good job. Gold star. Okay, so the point, do you guys need help? Do you have any questions? Okay, cool, okay. So now the point of knowing what dollar per hour we earn on income producing activities. Now I really stress that because an income producing activity is what you as the business owner should be doing right now. Eventually we're gonna replace ourselves with somebody who does that income producing activity better than us, but I don't think any of us are at that point yet, including myself. Can we all agree on that? Okay. Income producing activities, because that dollar per hour will go up once you take things off your plate through leverage, systems, and people, which we're gonna talk about next, then you no longer have to do that. So the two types of leverage, people versus systems. Now everything in life either costs time or money. If I don't want to pay someone to do my content creation, I am going to be doing it, that costs me time. Or I pay Ellen to do it for me. Same thing with Nate's lead generation, same thing with the branding from Mike. Even the same thing. I want to build my own house versus someone to do it better than I do it. I'm going to be paying for that in time and probably some other things versus just hiring the expert. Property management is also another great example. A lot of landlords get in their head of, well, I'm looking at the numbers, the cash flow isn't great, my cap rate's low, but they don't understand that by not leveraging out a property manager, they are spending the time to do it because somebody's got to do it. So with that being said, hiring people and leveraging that out or creating systems in your business buys time for you. Simple as that. Now, I often get the question of how do I know if it should be a person or a system? You kind of just have to go with what your business needs because your business might need a system in some place that I need somebody to actually, like a body in the chair doing it, or vice versa. But really, as a newer business owner, systems can be more affordable and less responsibility to have to pay that wage every single, couple of weeks or every month or pay that salary. So that's just something to keep in mind. A lot of business owners will start with systems and then go into hiring people just for the economics of it. So with that being said, let's talk about this. I think you guys all understand the importance of leverage. Is there anybody else I need to sell on leverage yet? No? Maybe? Anybody like I still don't want to give up anything in my business? Okay. If I work 40 hours a week as the business owner doing income producing activities, and then I hire somebody else to take those things off of my plate that are not income producing activities for 40 hours a week, we are now collectively as a company working 80 hours a week. I doubled my production and I am working half the time. Just keep that in mind. So really, I think that's next. There's this great quote that says, if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together. So it's really, really easy to just go, I'm just going to do everything on my own. I'm going to go fast, 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 fast. And then you look back and you go, wow, I have no personal life, no money in the bank. My business is where it was 5 years ago. And all I needed to do is slow down, implement the systems and the people. I can't tell if your giggling is because it's resonating. Okay, awesome, yes. So we've all been there, right, guys? All right, so let's talk about the systems every business owner needs. I'm going to assume right now that your business needs systems. We will also talk about hiring, but just take what works for you. So there's a lot of systems your business needs, but I can break it down into three main ones. Customer relationships management. This is a CRM. Who knows what this is? Okay, who has one? Who uses it consistently? Gold star Mike. Okay, so customer relationship management on like the very basic level is literally like a Rolodex, an online Rolodex. It keeps, you know, Will's in my database, he's in my CRM. I have his first name, his last name, his home address, his email, his phone number, his birthday. I have your birthday, by the way. And he doesn't even know how I got that. And every interaction I've had with him, because that is how I can serve him best as a customer. Now, the reason a CRM is really important is it correlates very well back to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Who's ever stayed at one? I have not, because they're freaking ridiculously expensive, but they're really nice hotels. We all know what it is, right? Okay, so when you go to a Ritz-Carlton hotel, I go and I check in with the concierge. They say, you know, thank you so much for staying with us. What can I get you to drink? I tell them I want a Sprite. Great, that's fantastic. They get a Sprite. They log it in their CRM. And then next time I'm at a Ritz-Carlton, whether it's in Miami or Denver, Colorado, my Sprite is cold in my room before I even have to ask for it. Like the customer service of that, holy shit, I get birthday cards from Ritz-Carlton. Like you get birthday cards from your dentist, that's because they have it in a CRM. So it just steps up your game of being able to have that gold standard business service, which is a great book. It's in your resource packet. I would recommend. It's called The New Gold Standard. So with that being said, like, why does that matter in leveraging my business? Well, if I know that I have to work with all of these customers, we just figured out our customer acquisition per month. Am I really supposed to remember everything I said to them, everything they said to me, that their kid's soccer game is next Saturday and they're having their braces put on? Like, am I supposed to remember all of that and just keep it up here? There's no fucking way, guys. You should live in your CRM. It's just nobody is that good. Nobody has that memory. Why would we want to? We're gonna have dreams about our customer's soccer game because we don't just put it away into a file cabinet. So CRMs, they should be used daily. This should be your most used system in your business. And as you grow your business and you get salespeople and things like that, they're gonna live and die by this. I know Nate's gonna talk about this a ton, so I won't go too much more into your database. But here are my recommendations. First, best free one that I recommend is HubSpot. This is all in your reference packet too, with links to it, so you don't have to write it down if you don't want to. Best free one in my opinion is HubSpot. It also has a paid version, but it has everything you need to get started right now without paying a dime. Best paid ones in my opinion are Honeybook. Honeybook is more than just a CRM because it also does, you guys use it, right? Yeah, it also does invoices, it does contracts, e-signatures, like a whole bunch of other stuff. And then Monday.com is also a really great, like, generic CRM because Honeybook is very much geared towards a creative business. Okay. Second system. Well, hold on. I think I skipped one. Nope, just kidding. Okay, yeah. Budget and cash flow tracking. So, just out of curiosity, guys, how do you track expenses in your business? Okay, Excel sheets, you make your husband do it. Who like throws receipts in a box and hands it to your CP okay, great guys. I not even have to say anymore. So budget and cash flow tracking, they are two separate things, but there's a lot of system that combines them, so they're the same. Budget tracking is basically, this is how much based off of my profit goal and my expenses, what we just figured out, this is how much I can spend in each allocation, so then I can make decisions of it's time to hire. I look at my salary budget. I know I have room in there for the next 12 months. It makes their decisions very easy. Cash flow tracking is money in, money out. What part of my, what am I trying to say? Revenue streams, we just figured those out as well. I might have 3 revenue streams, and of the 3, one really sucks and it's just not worth my time. Other thing with cash flow tracking is also, let's say I hire Ellen as my content creator. She takes that off my plate. I want to be able to track my return on investment, my ROI, for what business she's bringing to me for the money I'm giving to her. Does that make sense? In actuality, I actually look at my cash flow tracking about quarterly with my wedding planning business and most of my other businesses, and I cut our lowest performing revenue stream every single time. It's just not worth it. I mean, why would we do it if it's not selling? Okay, so, I'm like terrible at this thing. Okay, so best free, I'm not gonna dog it because Google Sheets is not terrible, but it's also very manual. And we just talked about that not being an income producing activity. So if you could pony up the $60 a month that it costs for QuickBooks, change your life because it automates with your bank account. You can run payroll through that. You pay your payroll taxes, which is an absolute nightmare, so use QuickBooks for that. You can even do direct deposit for contractors if you are not ready to hire an employee yet. Really great. It creates profit and loss statements for you, so you don't have to do it on your own. It's amazing. QuickBooks for sure. And the third system we're going to talk about is project and task management. So this is automating any system you have in your business. Someone signs up on my website as an email subscription. I have an automation in my task and project management that sends them out a welcome email. It usually sends them out like a birthday email every year so that I don't have to do these things. If you do it more than once in your business, like really hear this, guys, if I am doing something more than once in my business, automate it. Okay, recommendations for this. Best free is ClickUp. They also have a paid version, but free is not bad. I haven't dived too much in it because I have a different program specifically geared to my business, but for general, ClickUp is really good. And then best paid, I believe I got this recommendation actually from Nate, is it Zapier? Zapier? Zapier, okay. So this is to automate your business. Okay, so that sounds great and all, Madison, but how do I actually implement any of this stuff? It's a great question. Thank you for asking. The answer is standard operating procedures. Who knows what a standard operating procedure is? Who hates them? They're like, I don't even want to look at my SOPs because I don't write them down, I don't do anything. Yeah, okay, I feel you. Okay, so actually I'm a weirdo and I love standard operating procedures, but that's just me. So a standard operating procedure is basically a written format, although I would recommend you do video SOPs because it'll change your world. It is a written format explaining every single step that you need to do in order to get from point A to point B and any sort of objective in your business. So give me something that you do frequently in your business. Any.
Shades.
What's that?
Shades.
Shades? Okay, perfect. Like installing them? So do you have a written and or video format of a standard operating procedure where you could hand to a new hire and they know exactly how to go from point A to point B and it successfully installed the shades?
No.
Perfect. That's all right because most people don't, but that is an SOP. Does that make sense? So it's basically, I run payroll, point A to point B. I literally photograph a wedding, point A to point B. Now, this seems very redundant, like Madison, I do it, I know how to do it, why should I have to write this down? Well, because we want to leverage it off our plate someday. I mean, eventually we want to hire people to do those things, right? So how this is going to grow your business is by doing that, by systemizing things and having an arsenal of training material for anybody who could step into your business that can complete it in the same way that you do it. So Ellen, Kristen, you guys are control freaks, you don't want to delegate in your business. SOPs will change your life because you are going to write them and they're going to do it the exact way that you are going to do it. Now, standard, like the normal traditional SOP, is going to be written, which I have an example in the link of your resources workbook. It's also editable if you guys wanted to download that and edit for yourself. But I'm actually a huge fan of video standard operating procedures where I'll literally, like, for example, I just hired a virtual assistant to do all of like the mundane tasks and stuff like that for me about 6 months ago. When I was training him, anytime we trained, I got him up on Zoom because he's virtual and we did it together and recorded it and then I put it in a video library so anytime that somebody else needs to do that task, he needs to reference it, he's hiring a new virtual assistant, it's in that arsenal of video standard operating procedures. Now it sounds super expensive, but recording on Zoom is free and Google Classroom is also free and very, very good to house those things with directions and instructions. No more getting the job back from people, well, I don't know how to do this. Okay, great, go look in Google Classroom. I say that like 50 times a week. I'm pretty sure my employees hate me for it, but it systemizes it for them and it creates employees who can rely on themselves and not rely on you. Okay. So I think that's about it. Basically, systemizing your business and gets you closer to that McDonald's theory that we talked at the very beginning, gives you peace of mind on delegating things out of your business so you know that it's going to be completed the exact way that you do it. Okay, so let's talk about leverage through people. So we talked about systems and people being the two different types of leverage. Systems usually comes first, people usually comes second. So I'm going to spend a lot of time teaching you how to hire the right people, because every person in this room has a different hire that they need to make. You can find those people, on Facebook jobs, Wise Hire, LinkedIn, word of mouth. But what I'm really going to focus on today is how to hire the right people, because I've made a lot of bad hires in my life and it's costed me a lot of time and money. So, there's my quote that I was trying to find and it's just super far down. I don't know where that went. My bad. Okay, so we're going to talk about your first, second, and third hire. So there's a quote from a book called Shift. Courtney, this is a great book for you to read because it's for real estate agents. It's called Shift by Gary Keller. Doesn't really matter to you guys that you're not real estate, but what it says is that you should hire assistants, CE, first, and an assistant, NT, second. A lot of people think I'm just going to go hire a personal assistant to do everything in my business for me that I want to do, versus saying, these are the top 3 areas I need to leverage out of my business: content creation, bookkeeping, and emails. I'm going to hire the assistants in the experts in those areas. I'm going to hire Ellen to do my content creation. I'm going to hire a CPA to do my bookkeeping, and maybe I hire a virtual assistant to do my emails, calendar, phone, and text messages. Does that make sense? It's also usually cheaper. Some people think, well, an assistant's not, you can pay them $15 an hour, but they are not an expert in anything that they're doing. They're basically now becoming the master of none and of all. So by not hiring an actual expert of it. So with that being said, knowing when it's time to make a hire, we are not going to do this exercise today because it takes about a week, but I want you guys to write this down because this is really powerful in knowing where you need to hire in your business. Of course, we created those next 1, 3, and 5 year goals of where we want to make the hires, but sometimes we need to know what can be taken off our plate right this minute. And how we're going to do that is by doing a time audit. So for a full week, 7 days, you are going to write down in your phone notes, on your notebook, whatever you need to do, cocktail napkin, I don't know, your life, but from the time that you wake up to the time that you go to bed, every single thing that you do in your business. And next to it, I want you to write how long it took me. So I went through my emails, 15 minutes. I talked to a client, that was 5 minutes. I went to a sales presentation, that was 30 minutes. So we're going to do that for a full week, and then you're ask yourself 3 questions. Number 1, what on this list should be done by somebody other than me, either because it's more time and cost effective or because they can do it better than I can? Second question is, what can be taken away from my time? Like, what can just be taken away altogether on this list? I should not spend my time on it, and neither should anybody else. Because there's a lot of that stuff. Trust me, I did this. It was very eye-opening. And the third one is going to be, what needs to be done by me, but what can I create efficiency in by either creating a system or just doing it in a more efficient manner? Let me know if you need me to repeat those questions. All right, so we're gonna do a 7-day time audit, and then you're gonna have a whole list of shit that you either take off your plate, ixnay from your business altogether, or create a more efficient system, usually through standard operating procedure, by the way, wink, wink, to do by yourself. And then you're able to figure out what your most important first, second, and third hire is. I'm gonna give you the entire SOP that I use to hire the correct talent onto my team when it is time for me to make another hire, but before we do that, I need to tell you the cost of making a bad one. So about a year ago, I hired an employee, and she was actually a friend of mine, which kind of sucks. I'd put a warning out there to not hire family and friends. Sorry, Will. Sometimes it can work out. It usually works out, but it just really depends, and it's an expectations conversation, of course, and In this regard, I fucked up by just not setting the standards and the expectations that you are my employee and I am your supervisor when we're in this work situation. She walked all over it. She was toxic to the culture. I could go on and on and on, but I don't really want to blame her because it was my fault in the end. She was on the wrong seat in the bus and she shouldn't have been there. But it crashed and burned, surprise, and I had to fire her, which was not great for our personal relationship. Again, good job, Madison, for not setting those expectations. But then I sat down and I went, I wonder how much time and money I lost by hiring this person who was not right for the role. And I'll spare you all the gory details, but I figured of the 3 months that she was on my team, I lost about 50 grand. Yeah, that was painful. So don't do what I did, because $50,000 is a lot of money, and between money that I gave up by helping her and money that she lost in the business, it was about $50,000 in 3 months. So that is the cost of making a bad hire. So I'm gonna give you all of the tools today of how you need to make the right one. So making your first hire. The first thing that you're gonna wanna do, I'm gonna jump ahead actually. Making your first hire, we wanna talk about the difference between talent and non-talent. I had to come over here because I'm also blind, I can't really see that far. So talent in a role is going to find you solutions. So you have a problem in your business, they're gonna find you a solution. Talent in the role is also gonna share your goals, and they're gonna fulfill their own as a byproduct of completing the goals within the business. If that makes sense. Number 3 is gonna be they know what they want or is actively searching to know. Number 4 is they push you. They're like, shit, I gotta step up my game because this person is pushing me in the business. Number 5 is they are continuously raising the bar. Number 6 is they demand to be associated with talent and attracts talent to them. And number 7 is they talk the language of action or results. So let's talk about the exact opposite of that, non-talent in a role. This should say doesn't find solutions. Again, guys, I'm spell check. So they don't find solutions, right? They just bring you problems and they give you pieces of the job back. They don't share your, what happened here? This was like, I swear it was right. I have this, just don't look at the screen. So they don't share your goals, and really they have no idea what they're doing. They're just completing the task. They don't know what they want, and they don't actively search for what they want, so they're just kind of coasting. They have no purpose. They don't even know why they applied to your company to work other than just to get a paycheck. They don't push you at all, and in fact, they need a lot of pushing, which is a lot of time and energy from you. They don't even know where the bar is set, let alone raising it. They surround themselves with people who are non-talent as well, which then attracts more non-talent to them. And then they talk big, but they don't follow it up with any sort of action or results. And I'm sure you guys all have met those kind of people. So the reason it is important to know these different types of talent is because you can look for, I can't believe I did that. I'll fix that for next time. Damn it. But the important part of this for people is because if I meet someone, I can naturally say, you're gonna push me, you share my goals, you share my vision, you're not gonna require me to hold your hand, and you're not gonna give me pieces of the job back. We are all business owners and know that hiring right now is freaking difficult. It's, impossible on the good days, and it's just ridiculous. There's just not a lot of people out there, and we usually just take what comes to us, but then, you're gonna lose $50,000 in a quarter, and that's just painful. So taking the time to find the right talent so that you're not having to go through that, and being able to just see those things when you're meeting people and interviewing them. So let's talk about making your first hire. So the first thing that I always recommend is creating a job description. Now, my job descriptions that I create for my companies are not just, here's your roles and here's your compensation. I actually write in there the type of person I'm trying to attract. A talented person in this role is gonna do X, Y, and Z. They're gonna share the goals of this. This is the kind of thing that they're gonna do on a daily basis. I'm also gonna share my company values. I'm gonna talk about the things that I need them to complete on a regular basis, of course, their job description. Any sort of certifications or experience they need to have, and then compensation. I have a template for you guys that is free to download and editable for your business that has all of this stuff in there. So we need to have a job description, of course, first, and then where do I find talent for my team? So before we get into that, there are really two main types of talent. There is cul-de-sac talent, and there's capacity talent. So cul-de-sac talent is, yeah, you can do the job. Absolutely. You can complete it, you can get it to the finish line. Maybe you need a little bit of training, maybe we need a little bit of hand-holding, but you can complete the task. And capacity talent is they can complete the task and they will go above and beyond and grow your business for you. And I used to have this mindset that you can't find people like that, but I've been with my director of operations for my bridal company for about 5 years now, and she has grown my business more than I can possibly imagine, and she thinks of this business as her own. She gets compensated as such as well. So knowing the difference between those two talents and not just hiring cul-de-sac talent just for getting a body in the room, because you're going to pay for it later. So some places that I've had a good turnout of finding talent and hiring people, Facebook, but it's not bad. It's a good free option. Wise Hire is also a great free option. They do a lot of screening to begin with where they must require to send in their resume. I have some other things that I require them to do, which we'll get into. And then LinkedIn, they have, I think your first job post is free, but then it's paid after that. A really good paid option for hiring is ZipRecruiter. But in our small community, honestly, word of mouth is also a really great way to do it. So let's talk about my standard operating procedure for scouting talent. So this is on a, I'll hurry, we're almost done. I talk a lot, guys, I'm sorry. So this is on a page near the back. So talent scouting in 6 steps. Number 1, you're gonna collect an application and their resume, and you're going to conduct a resume review. What a resume review is what did you like about the job? What did you not like about the job? What did you like about your supervisor? What did you not like about your supervisor? Finding out what they did and did not like about their boss is super eye-opening of if they have a huge victim mentality. Is it in the last? It's like second to last. Right under. Is it in there, guys? I have it up here. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, it's this one right here. Talent scouting in 6 steps. And again, the resume review, you can download an editable document with the questions to ask in the resource page. After I do that, I check references. So I'm going to call the reference, I'm going to ask the questions, everything. There's a resource in there. The thing that I do that kind of goes above and beyond with reference checks is that I actually go 3 levels deep. So I call Peyton for a reference. I ask her who I should call about this employee. I call them and I ask for one more. I'm really, because your first people, you put your mom or like your best friend from, like they're gonna say good things about you. And I'm not searching for issues, but I wanna know what I'm getting myself into. That's a huge commitment in time and money. So I'm gonna do a reference check and then I'm gonna get a behavioral profile. Now my favorite one is the DISC profile, and it basically categorizes people into 4 main different personality types. It's usually not a huge indicator for my decisions for hires, but what it does is if I know that they're applying for a sales job, but they're better suited based on their behavioral profile as an admin job, that's gonna be a red flag for me, and that's gonna get me to dive deeper into who they are and what they wanna do. There's a link in there. You guys should take the DISC profile, by the way, if you have some time over lunch, because it is a very eye-opening and it's super accurate. After that, so I've done all 3 of these things, plus step 4 before I even interview them. Step 4 is going to be have them shadow you on the job. I do a very lengthy 2-hour in-depth interview when I actually get somebody to that point, but if they have not shadowed me on the job to see what they are going to be doing, I will not do that interview with them. I've had people walk out during job shadowing, which I'm thankful for because I don't want to go through all of the time of getting them onboarded and then they not work out because they didn't like the job. So I have them shadow me before and then we actually do the in-depth interview. And finally, the last one on there is if you have a team already, I strongly suggest that you do a culture interview. Get together in the office. You are not there. Maybe your manager you just went through this. Maybe, it's on the list, huh? Maybe the manager kind of facilitates it, but a culture interview purely is, do I like you? Do you like me? Can we get along with each other? Are you gonna be toxic to the culture? It is not a qualifications interview. You can't really do it if you don't have a team, but once you get people in different dynamics and personalities, it's really important that your team gets to help you make decisions. It also helps breed trust within your team as well. So that is the 6 steps that I go through. And then of course, wink, wink, create a duplicatable system, standard operating procedures, so anybody can hire people following your system. Okay, we have an exercise on here, but I know we're running out of time, so I'm going to speed this up. We're not going to do the exercise. It is an org chart. That's why I brought you guys the pencils. So I would like you guys to do this, like really do this when you go home, not just say you're going to do it and then not. But what it is an org chart of how to get you out of the business. What people do I need to have hired in order to get you out of the business completely, so you are now more of an overseer of the bigger picture. Again, I talk a lot, so we're not going to get to that, but we're going to just move right on from that. So what you focus on expands. We are wrapping up here, guys. I'm going to give you some KPIs, key performance indicators, that I want you guys to start tracking in your business. What this is going to do, it's going to give you a lot of clarity on where your business stands on a lot of different areas that allows you to make decisions based on your business. So, first one, P&L statements. This is a profit and loss statement. How much money is coming into my business? How much money is coming out? What is my profit? There's a free resource. It's editable in your resource packet to download. This is going to help you then, again, see what revenue streams are producing and what things are doing, having a good return on investment or not. Second one is going to be your revenue streams. So where am I getting my business from, and what revenue stream is it making the cut? Number 3, website and blog traffic, or wherever you're creating content. Ellen is going to go really, really in depth with this, I believe, about like where to create content. But the reason it's important to track where your business, like the traffic is that way you can know where you put your time. If I know that Instagram is really good to get business over to my website, I'm going to pour my time into Instagram over Facebook. Next one is going to be your CPA, cost per acquisition. How much does it cost to get a new client or customer? And the last one is going to be your conversion rate. What effort does it take to convert a lead into a paying client? We just went over this in your economic model, so you are able to then work on your sales pitch, figure out what works for people, what doesn't work, and get that conversion rate higher so you can work less and earn more. All of these KPIs are in your booklet as well, I believe. Okay, so we are wrapping up here, guys. How does this help me transform for the self-employed person to the lifestyle designer? I told you at the very beginning that is our goal. So right now you are working more hours and you're earning less money. I think we established that pretty good. And by implementing this formula with having the profit first to start, knowing what your clear money goals are, knowing the systems and people you need to hire and implement, and where your role is in the business for the most impactful change, you are going to transform to working less hours and making more money. It sounds really simple, but we just realized there's a lot that goes into it. So here's the formula, guys. Clear goals, plus putting your profit first, adding in any systems and standard operating procedures to get to that profit, and hiring the right people is going to create the life by design. All that it does is create more money in your pocket and takes you out of the business. And that's our end goal. Questions? No? Oh my gosh. I'm an open book. I will literally answer anything if you guys want to know about my business, if you want to brainstorm about your business.
How do you deal with struggling to delegate? Like, you maybe have set up an operating procedure in the past, tried to kind of do it, and then like maybe there was a link that wasn't quite made, and so it didn't really work. And so now you find yourself having to go back, and you're trying to focus on the big picture things, but you keep having to go back and delegate the same things. How do you get out of that wheel to like actually have it to where it's completely hands-off?
That's a great question. So is it other people completing the standard operating procedures that's having issues? You've got the wrong people. Totally. Because talent will fix that for you. Talent will not bring a problem to you and say, Nate, help me. They will fix it and say, hey, there was this problem, but I found the solution.
You fall into that, like, you being like almost like a God complex in your business. Like you come in, you're like, okay, this is what we have to do. This is how it has to be. Like you're managing every part of it, and that's what.
Yep. And the thing is, too, is you're really doing those employees or contractors, whatever it might be on your team, a disservice because you're holding their hand. They're never able to learn how to become talent. Non-talent can easily become talent if they want to be. But by taking the job back and doing it for them, they just know. I mean, it sounds terrible, but they're like dogs, you know, like if you do something for them, or like kids, you know, you have to let them learn on their own and fail forward on their own and come up with the solutions. But I would say either, number one, you've got the wrong people on the bus, or number two, you're probably holding their hand a little bit too much and they just need to fail forward and figure it out on their own. Questions? Anything else? Was this helpful? Yeah. Okay. That's always what I'm so worried about. I'm like, does this value? Anything else at all, guys? Mm-hmm.
Do you ever feel like you take the personal side out of it?
Yes.
You're handing off all of this.
Oh, that's a great question. Yes and no. But my income producing activities in my business is me interacting with my clients. So, but then again, no, not really. It's just hiring the right people, because let me back up a little bit. My wedding planning business, I literally have not done a wedding in probably 3 years. I haven't talked to a client in 3 years. People don't know that I exist. And honestly, I'm okay with that. I am kind of cool with being in the background and just running the business. So you got to figure out what your priority is. I am much more suited to be in the internal operations and kind of step behind my people and let my people shine. And that allows my lead planners and my director of operation to create those meaningful connections with their clients. And then what that does is it also makes them own that part of the business, right? When we were talking about talent. They understand your goals and they complete their goals because they align. So with my director of operations and the lead planner, they have so much ownership in that because I completely step back and let them have that responsibility. But if you would prefer to be in the forefront, I think that just looks like a little bit of a different leverage, and maybe you handle all client communications and other things are leveraged off your plate. Any other questions? No? Okay, all right. So, thanks guys. Okay, thanks. Okay, so I'm on Instagram mostly if you guys want to follow me there. And then other than that, my website, Project Badass Network, has a ton of free resources, which is also linked on your resource page. So you can follow me. I'm always around town. Go on my website and get new resources. We're adding stuff all of the time. And if you'd like to hang out more and learn about like the kind of the mindset behind the business owner and stuff, not a sales pitch, but I'm always told that I need to talk about this more. I did write a book. You can get it on Amazon. It's called Project Badass. So, all right, thanks guys. I think lunch is here. So we've got 50 to 60 minutes for lunch. You guys are welcome to leave and come back. Otherwise, we're going to be hanging out, talking, networking, whatever you guys want to do.
Matt. This is on.
Yeah. Not yet.
And then here, I want to do picture in picture. Check this out, yeah. You'll see it when you're up there. It doesn't. Yeah, do you need your phone back right now?
No.
Okay.
No, we can discuss that.
Or just let it play, whatever, and then I can just turn it up when it's ready.
All right. I think we're doing this, you guys.
Oh, hold on, there's some like crazy echo. Did you hear that? Okay, I think it's better. Yep, should be good.
Test. All right, you guys. Well, as you have I've already introduced myself once, but why not do it again? My name is Ellen, and today I am going to be sharing with you the business behind content creation. So before we get into it, I do want to thank all of you for being here again, because it seriously means so much to all of us that you guys came. And this is literally our very first event that all four of us are doing together, so the fact that you trust us enough and invested all this time and money to come and let us share the value that we have with you is just really, really cool. It's literally what makes us so happy in the careers that we do, is helping people and teaching you guys what it is that we do, so we can hopefully get you to where we are in a fraction of the time. So, let's go ahead and just take it back to about 12 years ago, almost 13 now. As a sophomore in high school, I started my very first photography business. And Facebook was actually the only platform really at the time that everybody was actively on. It really wasn't until a couple years later, as a freshman in college, that Instagram kind of came into the game. And I actually, now when Instagram and Facebook were born, they were nothing remotely close to what they are today. But just as business has changed throughout all the years, so has the way that we show up online. 10 or so years ago, Facebook and Instagram were treated just as another place to showcase all the highlights of your life for family and friends. And today, they are catered more toward building personal relationships and community while marketing yourself online all over the world. Plus, Facebook and Instagram are now competing with dozens of new and upcoming platforms like TikTok. We all know about that one. However, do keep in mind that each platform algorithm caters toward a specific style and ways of how you show up on the platform. It's so annoying how similar all of these apps and social media places are super similar, but they all require really different ways of how you show up on them. And today I'm going to be teaching you a little bit about how we can delegate that. So, like cropping of the image sizes and dimensions, things you have to keep track of, which, by the way, in the workbook, I provided you a cheat sheet with that. It's going to be a really, really helpful tool for you going about when putting your content and replicating it from platform to platform to help you batch content creation. But as businesses and people alike, it is very important to not only be online, but to also present yourself in an authentic way, whether that be a commercial or personal business. So we're going to get into the first slide here, which authenticity is so much more better than perfection. There we go. All right. So people want to see the real you, okay? It's not about that glitzy glam anymore. We don't want perfection. We can't show up that way anymore. They want the authentic person behind the camera. want to feel a very genuine connection with you, and like they are heard from the person or people who are behind the screen. So how do we accomplish this, and how exactly do we engage with our audience virtually? How do we cultivate strong communities and find people that align perfectly with our brand? Remember, I'm talking personal and commercial this entire time as well. How do we attract our super fans? One of my tried and true ways of doing this is by asking important questions. This is seriously the foundation for ideation. Another great way to listen before you speak. Oh wait, here we go. Okay, another great way is to listen before you speak. This is the key to creating really great content. You need to engage with your audience and find out what it is that they are thinking. This is how you learn the language, and then you'll use this language when talking to your audience. This is how you'll find common ground. Don't be afraid to speak about challenges or struggles. Share the person behind the brand. Create that connection. So when you make a post, be sure to hang around for a bit, have conversations with the people that engage. This is also a way of rewarding them by doing so. Maybe even have some kind of quick way to help them move the needle forward, help them solve the problem that it is that they come to you for. Remember, helping one person might not change the whole world, but it could change the whole world for one person. So let's rewind a bit and understand what having an audience can really do for you. Back in 2008, and Mike actually mentioned him as well, his name is Tilley. He wrote an essay, and in the essay he had mentioned that you don't need millions of dollars or customers or clients, but to be successful, you just need 1,000 true fans. A true audience or a super fan is someone who is willing to buy anything that it is that you provide. So I know all of us here are in business to some capacity, business owners or within it. And whether it be a product or service that it is that you're offering, we need to shift our mindset from the cringy word sell and replace it with serve. So to sell is to help the unaware, inspire the interested, and to reassure those who have formed intent. In fact, we also have a fun little acronym of the word sales. So, the S in sales stands for serve. This is where you need to hold their needs above your own. This comes from a place of generosity, being very giving to what it is the information that you're providing to your audience. And then the next one for A stands for ask. Ask questions that help your audience gain clarity in what it is they want or need. Listen to them. This is where that comes back to play. Be sure to ask and listen to what it is. And then, just like I said, listen, the L in sales, right there. Everything that your audience says matters, so definitely take notes and ask follow-up questions and be present to what is being said. The E stands for empathize. To feel their pain, or try to feel their pain, and understand where they are going and what they need help with. And then we're going to the final letter, which is S for summarize. Now that you have gone through all of those steps, you should summarize to your audience what you could for them. Creating a piece of content, stop and ask yourself, am I stealing time and attention, or am I creating value for others? Are you helping to create transformative information and moments for people that are showing up for you? let's dive into a little scenario here. So there's the short game, and then there's the long game. The short game is kind of what I compare to hunting. This is where you chase your clients for periods of time, and then you feast for a little bit, and then you'll go into areas of time where you're starving. And then there's also the long-term game, which I compare this more to farming. It's more of like inbound content marketing, if you will. So this is when you consistently put in the work, and every single day you will reap the benefits of a compound effect. Essentially, you're going to eat exactly what it is that you grow. So to really grow a true connection with somebody, and someone that you've actually never personally met, this really does come back to the mindset of how do you serve them, how do you provide them with value, and how do you execute creating content in a simple yet impactful way that is going to resonate with your target audience. Well, there is a three-step attention-grabbing framework created by a woman named Sam Warren. She's the CEO of the Intrigue Agency, and she's an award-winning author and a world-renowned content creation consultant. So that she claims that to stand out, your brand needs pop. So let's dive into exactly what each letter stands for. Pop, the P stands for purposeful. This means to know your brand. And then the O stands for original. That's pretty self-explanatory. We want the content to be very unique, cater to your personality, talk about who it is that you are, and stay true to that personality. And you're going to find a lot of that through the part of the conference that we did with Mike. He helped you figure out those pain points and be able to create that personality that can help you create that originality. And then last but not least, we have the word pithy. Pithy is a really ugly sounding word, but the P, or it stands for, which means to be concise and forcefully expressive. So all three of these points right here are very important to have within every piece of content that it is that you are creating. So everything I've discussed so far are the fundamental ingredients to growing the audience that naturally converts your followers into clients and customers. But what exactly makes content good? How are the visuals good? What makes it bad? Well, I want to talk to you guys about the four main styles or approaches and how to create content. These are going to be four different keys. So we're going to start with the first one, entertainment. Entertainment is what I would consider something like comedy or dancing or lip syncing. You find a lot of this on TikTok or Instagram and things like that. There's still a lot of significant value behind this kind of content, but this does reveal a lot more of the brand's values, personality, interests that can help establish a lot more common ground. Let's dive into a couple of examples of entertainment content that I have created for my landscape services. And then I'm going to actually break that down to you after watching this video how it's good and what I can improve on it. Now, we also have to remember that entertainment is a bit more subtle form of promoting yourself as well. It is indirect, but it still displays a general idea that reminds your audience of how you serve. The entertainment approach I used in this video would be considered comedy. So let's go ahead and hit launch that. funny about this too is the song. The music, the tone, everything that you use in your content is a super valuable key component to how you want to execute and the tone and message that you're going to be bringing to your audience. So the song is a very familiar song. I'm sure all of you recognize the song. And that's a good thing. When you have a lot of memorable things that people can relate with, that's going to help your algorithm as well as the connection that you have with your audience. When you have common ground with people, it is that you don't know, but they have something that's similar that they're like, oh, I recognize that song. That's going to create some kind of relatability, and we really want that with our content. Also, leading up to this, I just wanted to, I didn't even have to have any text or anything in this. It's just something silly. I wanted it to be mostly entertainment value, but it be able to segue into the final finished product, which displayed on the screen right there are two of the pieces that went into the man's home. Another thing that you might have noticed too in this video was the comments that were going up. Remember, a little bit further back into my presentation, I had talked about engagement with the audience and reaching out to a little bit of communication. I always respond back to everybody. I don't think you are unless it's someone who's really deep and trying to get to me, and that's not what happens. But that's the only time I would do that. But everybody's important to me. Everybody that comes to my page, I want them to feel like they have been heard. I want to feel heard when I come to somebody's page. The one thing that I can do to be able to do that for them is to be that person that is not only a communicative person, but is reliable. And that also helps with your branding going back to what Mike said. So always keeping that in mind, always responding, and even if it's just a simple like or sending a heart, the fact of actually commenting and just sending a heart is so much more powerful than just tapping the heart that's already included within the text. Okay? All right. So now that we have viewed an example of entertainment, let's go ahead and get into the next section, which is emotional. Emotional content. This is also considered empathetic. This is what I would consider more storytelling. So this is going to be a really powerful way to engage and immerse with the viewer to make them feel as if they were there with you. This could go as surface level or as deep as you'd like. But let's watch a couple of examples first of some storytelling. Okay, so this is a way of storytelling. You're physically taking the camera, and this was, you can tell this is my first impression of this, okay? I just booked this cabin, this natural tree house, with some walking areas, some kind of photographers that I've never met. And we're just getting to the property for the first time, and I wanted my viewers that weren't physically there to feel like they were there by literally going through the entire Airbnb and showing the place of what it looked like, what it felt like, and then they could actually feel the emotion within me by just keeping that subtle tone of my voice a little bit behind the music so you can kind of feel that energy. So that's a really good way of immersing your viewers through a virtual world. Another thing you'll probably notice too is I did include a little bit of text and context between the slides. And this is going to be really significant when you are doing short videos like Reels or People, they digest information in different ways. So to be able to create that variety and allow different viewers and different learners to digest the content in multiple different ways is going to really help make the video have a lot more of a better impact. This will also help you do a lot better on the algorithm from platform to platform. That is something that will play seamlessly across platform to platform. So another thing too is I have a little bit of a human interaction in there. Now it's not always that important to have it in there, but to have some kind of human element too gives it the feeling of a little bit more of a realistic sort of vibe as well. And I'm inviting people coming in to the Airbnb with me, like simply from the very first scene, where I literally physically put my hand out and you see me opening the door. That is a great way to storytell in a very subtle way. Let's go ahead and go into the next video here. All right. Okay, so notice the total difference in music between the first one and the second one. So the first one was very upbeat. I felt the energy was much more exciting for going in there, but the next one, still the same property, totally different vibe of the context that I went in here. I had no text or anything, but I am just giving the visual of the entire place and just showing everybody the surrounding area. So I was able to 5 minutes to make, and you can do this too. And I did all of this from just my phone. TikTok is a really great app, and where you can edit your videos within the app. They have a really seamless way of doing that. Also, another thing to realize is I like to start in TikTok with my videos, and then I like to recycle that and put that into Reels on Instagram. Now, one thing you gotta remember though when you do that is Instagram will ding you if you have a TikTok watermark on your video. So a way that you can combat that is in your resource sheet. I have the website. It's called snaptik.app, I believe it is. This will remove the watermark for you so that you are able to translate that over to Instagram Reels. Now, another thing to also realize when you move on the platform, Instagram has a lot more capabilities. TikTok is curated specifically for video. Instagram is curated specifically for photos and video. They're trying to be more like TikTok, but you want to utilize all the elements that you possibly can from app to app. So let's go ahead and get into the next segment here. Yeah. Yeah. No, you do not. No, if you know the app that you're most comfortable on and the audience that shows up for you that you've already cultivated, stick to that app. You don't need to branch out with a content creator like I have to be on all these apps, but for your specific industry, if you already realize what the people that you're catering to, if they're already on where your audience is already at, then stick to that app. Don't overcomplicate things. But I want to show you guys the capability of how you can create one piece of media and translate it over into the next app for those of you that do want to do multiple applications. Instagram Reels, like you can edit videos in Instagram as well, like you do with TikTok. The interface is just slightly different. So I prefer doing TikTok. Some I prefer to do Reels, but overall they most have very similar capabilities of what you're able to do. Another piece of content here that I really think is going to resonate with a lot of you guys. So I love senior photos. That's literally what started my business in the very beginning. So one way that I like to tell my senior story is through carousel posts on Instagram. It's a very powerful way that you can display and bring the viewer slide by slide that's going It's called Scroll, SCRLL. It's also in your resource sheet in the app you can download. This will allow you to create unique carousel posts so that images slide and flow from one slide to the next. So this is a really great way of being able to do this, showcasing a lot of images throughout whatever it is that you did. You can even put videos in those posts too. So get as creative with it as possible. You can even use text throughout, and I'm going to be displaying another example of using text with visuals in a post like this. But think outside the box when it comes to your carousel post. You're able to create so much valuable information packed into one post within 10 slides. And for those of you that use LinkedIn, you can have a very similar thing too, where you can literally do the exact same thing, but just in a little bit different format. So you can recycle that content from Instagram over to your LinkedIn through the visual text, images, things like that. So let's go into evergreen content. Evergreen content is key. It is gold. This is stuff that never goes out of style. So the first one that we're going to hone in on is engagement style. Engagement is where you're actually asking them for questions. You're guiding them to another place. You have a call to action. You're forcing them to, well, not forcing them, you're asking them to do something for you. This is where you're able to engage. So let's go ahead and dive into an example. So this would be another carousel post example. This is a really good form of engagement kind of content. Notice how I have put imagery with my text. Every slide has some kind of information that's going to lead to the next one. And within every single post, whether it's within the actual post itself, the visuals, or the caption underneath, and everything is a call to action. My social media is used as a leverage. I want to leverage my clientele or my viewers, my followers to my website, which is where the real meat of my content actually exists. So this is almost just a way of flavoring, sampling to your audience of what you're all about, and then always guiding them to another location, whether that be your website, your YouTube channel, circle back to the link in my bio, things like that. Keep your viewers engaged within your circle, your platform, and always keep them interested. And the best way of doing that through Instagram, especially, is carousel posts. Carousel posts will help you so much to bring more traffic and new viewers onto your page. For whatever reason, Instagram likes to cater towards people who use their newer features. Carousels are still a little bit more of a newer feature, as well as Reels, other little things that they'll include for like their stories and things like that. Just pay attention to that kind of stuff, because if you actually want to rank higher and get in front of more people and a larger audience, you're going to have a lot better chance of doing that if you focus in on what are the new things that Instagram is pushing out and how you create to make sure that gets in front of people that you want to be in front of. Okay, so this is another example of engagement content. Let's go ahead and watch this, and I'm going to break it down. What if I told you there was a famous reference to one of the gas stations? That all sounds pretty good, right? Well, why else is it pretty? We have a national, well, first, feel with this company, I really wanted to make sure that I was capturing everything that it is that I needed to, that was going to get the word over to them clearly, very precise, and explosively. So how I was able to do that was have a very simple backdrop that complemented the colors of the brand. Black and white is their main colors. And I kept very solid colors. You know, simple is more. It's kind of actually one of my mottos is simple like dinner. So I really keep that honed in every kind of piece of content that I create as much as possible into the stuff that I create for my clientele. So the colors is a really important part, and as well as the text and graphics and stuff that I produce throughout the entire thing if you are interested. No one wants to just sit there and watch me talk on camera for days. I mean, it's as interesting as it can be, but when you add other elements that are going to create a little bit more of explosiveness and excitement, it's going to keep the visuals a little bit more interesting and continue to keep allowing the viewers to want to keep watching. Also, the things that I am saying within there too, there was a lot of places throughout the video that I was like, do this, share this, tell your friends. I was constantly telling them to do something different, but also creating a solution to a problem that a lot of us deal with on a day-to-day basis, which is money and spending and how can we save. So those are some ways that you can do that within your content as well. And this works for imagery, through the text editors that you put on it, and so forth. So get as creative as you can, but also don't overcomplicate it either. Simple is more. Always keep that in the back of your mind when creating stuff. All right, so let's move on to the next one, the last form, which is educate. So you probably have noticed so far that through all of the examples that I have given you this far, that a lot of these kind of blend into each other with the type of styles that we talked about. I'm only pointing out the very key elements of each one, but educate is a really, really powerful tool because here's the thing, when you create something once and it's about something that a lot of people have questions on, you know how much time you're going to save yourself in the future for those people that come to you and ask you, like, how did that do this? Well, actually, let me send you the link and you can watch. That saves you so much time. You don't have to sit there and type it out the entire time to every single person that comes with the same question that they ask. So always think of it that way. This is a way that's going to help you save so much time to get back into your day. So the education side is, that's my favorite. Let's go ahead and look at another example for that one. Yes. Yeah. Oh.
With the eccentric push-up same as the flat push-up, we can also modify it to make it a little easier by elevating where we're at. You can use the bench, you can use the wall, you can use any other elevated surface. You can use box, whatever works. Same form, and the shoulders, keep your shoulders down and back. Or lift them out, back, up to 45 degree example. Push up on, same thing with the eccentrics, 3 seconds, 5 seconds. Nice and slow down, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and back. 5,
Another thing is the motion of how you move around an object as well. You want to make sure you get the key components to what it is that you're supposed to be focusing on for your subject matter. And by doing that is to have a very firm base and your foundation by moving around the person. A lot of our smartphones have a lot of stabilization within them, so bonus points for us. But just kind of be smooth with walking around something. Be slow. Be very slow with it. You think you're going too slow, but when you start getting that up on camera or in front of people, most of the time people are like, oh, can't keep up. Slow it down. If you think it's too slow, slow it down still. People want to be able to really see what's going on in the picture. Now, I also put embedded captions in there because, like I said before, people are digesting the information in different ways. So the captions are a really great way for people to hear on the train station or they're in a meeting or whatever it is that they're in, and they don't want to necessarily have the sound on. This is another way that they can absorb the information in a wide way in different manners. So we need to have that. That's going to be really, really great for visual and entertainment. And then I also did a blend of different angles of what it is that we do with display. So that was just another way of adding some interest into the style of content that it is that I have put together and produced. And this is going to give the viewer a much more instructional and informational way of how to go about performing that move in a very strategic manner. So getting all sides of that is going to be really important. And remember, take all of this stuff into consideration. It's not going to apply to every situation that it is that you're in, but I'm simply giving you some interesting elements that will help you in general when creating your own videos as well. So let me go into one more example here.
With the insider of saying,
We're on the next one. Nope. There we go. So this is one of the type of content that really doesn't necessarily help me in any way, but I'm not here on my social platform to help myself. I want to help other people. And this is relevant to my niche because I do teach a lot about social media and content creation. And when Instagram does roll out something new, most of the people that are following me are coming to me because they know that I'm going to be one of the first people to let them know. So I wanted to create a very short video about less than 30 seconds. Those are the ones that actually do the best. If you can keep it under 30 to 15 seconds, you're in a hot zone of having some really good boost to your engagement there. So, little pro tip. But captions are there. The lighting was evenly lit. I literally sat in front of my window in my apartment and put just like a black piece of paper But even if it isn't that you're not selling anything on your Instagram, start with the foundation of just like wanting to build a genuine relationship. Because you never know, later down the road, you might find something that you want to start selling. And if you have that foundation of people who already trust you, if you're not selling this kind of stuff. This isn't selling it. You're just simply just serving people and letting them know, like, hey, here's a hack. Here's how you can get more time back in your day, and let's solve this problem together. I have some solutions for you, and maybe there's something that you can provide that will also help not only myself and I didn't know about, but more people that also want to know about it too in the honest way. So there's a lot of subtle things in all of the stuff that I produce. I want that to resonate with as many people as possible, but also very specifically the audience that I'm catering to and the content that I provide for myself and for the clientele that it is that I'm working with. All right. So another thing here is consistency over frequency. Now, a lot of us probably feel like we need to be online all the time. And what are we going to post? How are we going to post it? What time of day are we going to do it? Well, the best thing to do is just be consistent. So it's going to be better if you post Tuesdays and Thursdays instead of just on a whim randomly every so often, because people don't know when you're going to be showing up for them. You're going to formulate a lot more reliability when you show up consistently on specific times and specific days, and whether people know it or not, subconsciously they'll start to realize, like, I didn't see her this Tuesday, and normally I see her on Tuesday posting. I wonder what's going on. And that will create some kind of worry in people's mind. I'm not even kidding. This stuff is real. You wouldn't think it is, but it totally is. So the consistency over the frequency is so much better. Plus, when you are posting frequently and you're keeping that in the forefront of your mind, like, I just need to show up, the quality of the content you produce appreciates, because you're more focused on what to be seen rather than how am I serving these people. Okay? Really key component to all of this. Okay, remember always, end as much of your content with a call to action. This is the most big thing that you can do with anything you post. Always think of how can I bring them to another part of either my stuff or somebody I'm collaborating with or a business that is that I want them to see more of. Lead them somewhere else. This is going to create so much more strong relationship in general. The more information that you provide, it is going to be helping so many more people. And that's literally what I base my entire foundation on with everything I do for years. And so that's where I end. I ended it with a call to action. Connect with me. Follow me. Let's engage on social media, because this is where I'm going to show up the most. This is where I'm going to be able to provide the most value for you. Through tips, tricks, visuals, services, information, you name it. And we can have a good game sometimes, because I like having conversations with you guys, and I've learned a lot from you too. So if we can have an open engagement and discussion in the comment section, the DMs, emails, even in person, then the world is just so much more happy. And we're all just helping each other out and building this wonderful thing together. Do you guys have any questions? Totally. Absolutely. I think starting out, wherever your budget allows, But if you are trying to just by yourself in a very high-end manner, somebody who's done this for a long time, who knows how to do it and understands the business, that, yeah, I would definitely recommend hiring out somebody. But that's why I teach on this, because I know that so many people don't have the funds to be able to do this stuff. So I want to give you the tools and as much information as I possibly can that where you are able to do it until you are able to outsource to somebody who can afford that. It really all depends. More so recently, people have been hiring me out 6 months to a year, so that I'm staying in the business and constantly on the floor, coming up once a week. So something like that can cost anywhere from 5 to 30K. It's just depending on the time frame, what all the needs are, how much of it, like the online course stuff that I'm doing with this client right here. I've been working with them for almost 10 years now. And now gonna be in my entire online course. It's going to create so much revenue for him. But I'm also helping him show up on his platforms and scheduling photo shoots with him that are going to be purposeful for the type of people that he's trying to resonate with outside of the person community. So, yeah, that answers your question. It really just ranges from community. But starting out, it's going to be about 1,000 fees for the very, very Well, here is something that all of us can remind ourselves of. Nothing is ever perfect. Nothing is ever going to be perfect. There's always room for improvement. Get out of your head. Just put in that to run the clock. Important. That in fact, people will be shocked. So you are your own worst critique. And when you push that stuff out, the only way that you can get better is by pushing it out, even if it sucks. Because the only way from there is uphill. You can only have improvement from there. And you'll learn from your experiences and you try to do it and keep going through that. And you'll also have people tell you what they like, and sometimes maybe what they don't like. But that's where we start learning. I always think of fail as the first attempt in learning. I'm an acronym genius today. We're just going after it. But first attempt in learning. So don't be afraid to put that stuff out there because 99% of the time, people feel like, well, that wasn't good enough. Oh, well, what are you producing? Are you putting yourself out there? Are you being vulnerable? It's okay to have that because the vulnerability is going to create that personal connection with those people because they're going to resonate with that. We're all starting from somewhere. Never compare your pain to somebody else's middle. So that's the advice that I would give. But if you want to make things really easy and how to create content like on the fly, which is what I like to do, this is like really, really easy. I will take out my phone and just notice when no one's watching me or I'm not engaged in any kind of conversation or anything. And I'll just like hold the phone right here and just watch. This is like a really slow thing. Or I'll just sit it right here, be my own personal tripod. No one notices it, and then I'll post it and be like, when did you take that? So being those very like subtle, discreet moments, that is a really cool way of doing it. It's really simple, and you only need videos of like 10 to 15 seconds, and then you can chop those up, put them together, and TikTok and Instagram Reels will like do that to you through the beat of a music that you put over it too. It'll automatically do that for you. So if you just get like tiny little clips here and there about the thing and what it is they're doing, that's a really great storytelling. So something like that. Any other questions? But one of my favorite apps is the Teza app. This is going to help elevate the style of your videos, your photos, and how that's going to look. So you can actually kind of curate more of your own tone and color through these apps. That's going to help bring your brand a little bit more to life, and just make it a little bit more unique and personal to you. So the Teza app is a really good one to do that, explore around that. For Instagram stories, there is a really cool app called Unfold. And they have a lot of really great templates that you can just pop in your videos and photos into these templates just within like a couple touches, a couple clicks of a button, and it'll create a lot of really visual, unique elements so that you can just post directly to your Instagram stories. Instagram stories are a really great way of engaging with your audience as well. And when you do post on stories, use the feeds that they have, the elements that they have provided in the app. So like you can actually put hashtags on your stories and shrink them down so you can see that it will still pop up to new audiences through that way. So that's a way of being able to get yourself into new audiences with hashtags on your story. It only lasts for 24 hours, but still it does help the numbers go up a little bit. Same with location tags. Utilize your location tags. Wherever you are, we're in the Matthew Opera House right now. So what I've done, if you go into my story on Instagram for Simple Life Grammar, you'll notice that I've already posted stories about this event that we had throughout the day. And you can't see it, but I did the location tag, I've done the hashtags, I've tagged people in it, so that people are also able to share their stories. It's just a full circle issue. So there's so many little tedious things that you can do that take a lot of time. And I don't do that on every single story, but for like really important events like this, they want everything to see. I will tag all four of the members here are in it, as well as the establishment that provided this for us to be able to use it. Anybody else is included in location stuff that we're able to pop up on the Spearfish feed on the Matthews Opera House feed. So if somebody searches Spearfish, well, my video is going to rank probably the top because I tagged it. So that kind of stuff, same thing with your posts. I'm mostly getting out of Instagram because I can't stop. But a lot of this stuff does apply for TikTok, LinkedIn, not so much Twitter. I'm not on Twitter, but Pinterest is a really good way too. If you want to drive a lot of traffic to your site for free, Pinterest is the way to go. So what I would recommend is posting it in TikTok or Instagram. And then Instagram and TikTok have a share button. If you go into like the three dots or like the advanced settings, you can actually share straight to your Pinterest directly from your Instagram in one tap. And that will automatically go into your Pinterest. Now it's the advanced text. So the advanced text, before you post your images or your post in general, go to the advanced text and you can talk about what your content is about. It's keywords. So Pinterest is more so a search engine, so you have to think keywords. What are the things that people are going to be searching to help me get in front of that audience? So let's say, for example, like Airbnb data. I said I have to do this. I'm going to keyword Airbnb, treehouse, like treehouse locations. Where can I stay in Washington, on the Washington coast? What are places to see in Washington? Port Angeles. Like I will be very specific from the location to what the elements were in it in that advanced text section within your Instagram post. No, it's a lot. Right, and it translates over into Pinterest embedded. So the advanced text embeds that so that it 7 hashtags at the end of your caption within your caption. Don't go into the comment section into your caption. It doesn't work like that. You want to keep it in your caption. 3 to 7 hashtags is the hot number for Instagram algorithm to read. Okay, I see what's going on here. The more hashtags you put in your post, it's just going to confuse the algorithm, and it's just not going to do that. So, I research this stuff way too often. Always keeping up with the trends. Is there anything else that you guys want to know as far as social media, content creation, anything like that along those lines that I can help you with? Yes. Yeah. So I created that in Photoshop, and I know everybody does not have Photoshop accessible to them. It's kind of a costly luxury to have. But if you do have Photoshop, I do have a tutorial on how I do that on my YouTube channel, so you can dive into that. But there's also the app Canva, which I know you can text elements inside there and create really different, unique ways of highlighting certain information on that. And then from Canva, what I would do is implement that into the app Scroll, which I mentioned earlier on. It's also in your worksheet, your resource sheet there. Scroll is going to allow you to be able to build those carousel posts that will flow one into the other, like that. So I would start in Canva for any text stuff, and then export that from Canva as a photo, and then import that into your Instagram Scroll, which then goes into Instagram. So many processes. But these are really the easiest ways of going about it. So like what, you filming yourself sort of situation, or are you filming somebody else? There are some things that you can buy, like time-lapse stabilizers and things like that. Those are pretty expensive. I think a way that would be able to combat that without necessarily losing the camera, but making it interesting in a way to where you either do like a speed up, like you do a time lapse of yourself where you're quickly doing it, or you can add other little visual elements. The Teza app has some really cool features in there that allow you to do like a stop motion sort of situation for a video. But as far as like moving it while you're working or something, you would have to invest in something that's going to slowly move over time while you're filming yourself, like a stabilizer or something like that. Or you can rig up a little thing of your own and like just set it on there with a tripod and then just let it like go around you. I get really weird and creative with that kind of stuff, so that's what I would recommend. I've done things like that before. But it also, which reminds me, if you are filming yourself, talking to the camera, which I highly recommend because it's not something you always try to do is keep your face in the camera so people know who is behind the brand. That's a really good way of engaging with them. But another way to keep that element very interesting is to always be moving while you're walking because it keeps the background different. So people are like, oh, where is she? What's she doing? Like, this is crazy. Oh my gosh. And she's saying some good stuff. What? Okay. So just the motion is a really good way of doing that. Walking around, making some different, chopping scenes up a little bit. I'm going to throw you guys for a loop right now. So I do a lot of my quick videos in Snapchat. So this feature, you can like press and hold and then do like one video and then it stops it and then I can press and hold again when I'm in a different situation. That's a really quick way of doing that. So I'll like hold, say a couple things, walk, and then I'll stop it. And then I'll move my background or setting, and then I'll start continuing on with the information that I was just saying, following forward that. So I'm constantly like creating a differentiation backgrounds, movements, elements, it's a little more poppy. People's time, their engagement, ADHD or ADD, people are always like, okay, I'm ready to move on to the next thing. I'm ready to move on to the next thing. So how can we engage all the way through topping up different scenes? So you take one quick video talking about whatever it is that you want to talk about, and then you can say a sentence, something really nice and quick, 3 to 5 seconds. And then you pause, and then you move, and then you start going into the next thing. That will help break it up a little bit, keep it more interesting for the viewer, because it's not just, well, so today I did this, and this and this and this. It's just more of kind of like a monologue track at that point, so if you want to make it interesting, and it spice it up, and different angles, throughout the video, and try to make it as short as possible. I hope that helped answer your question a little bit. There was a lot in that, a lot to unpack. But a lot of the stuff takes time and practice. It just takes practice. The more you do it, the easier it gets, the faster it becomes. And just these quick tips that I have to just share with you guys today, if you just start implementing it for like 5 minutes every day, by the end of the week, 2 weeks, you're going to be feeling way more comfortable with it. You're going to feel okay showing up in front of the camera, talking to it. Like all these videos that I showed you of me talking to the camera, that was not me 3 or 4 years ago. I was awkward as heck. And now I just naturally talk to the camera now. It just takes practice. It depends. For business, I think it's a really great business tool. I actually grew a following of 1,000 people overnight with just one video on my Instagram. And that was just TikTok traffic for Instagram. My Instagram went to like 8,000 views with one video. So it was really powerful. And it's also able to drive traffic to like my landscape stuff. The video that went viral was me displaying a large image that I had taken and printed and was putting into a friend's home. So I had so many sales from that one video of just showing that for people all over the country. So I sold multiple very large prints to people I've never met, and because they saw that video, it drove a lot of traction to not only my Instagram, but my website and my services that I provide, as well as the product that I provide. So yeah, TikTok is a very powerful tool. Very powerful. If you are a business and you are doing serving or producing anything, talk about it in as reasonable way as you possibly can. Your first couple videos probably might suck a little bit, but that's okay. TikTok is really good about that. They like to have content that looks like it was kind of filmed on video. So people like to have that kind of connection. They're like, wow, I could film that. I really appreciate it so much more than the prime time, beautiful, polished look. Instagram is more of a polished platform. TikTok is more of a realistic, let's just have fun and be ourselves. Still be yourself on Instagram, but the quality of content is a little bit different than what TikTok and YouTube platform is. All right, you guys, keep it on. Thank you.
send me that picture too real quick of like the cover of you four all together?
Yeah.
I was scrolling the internet, I couldn't find it, but that'd be a good thing to put up right now. One problem we were having, I should have maybe said something, was like if you'd switch that, get over to there, then we'd lose like what was coming from your computer. Like not necessarily, but like the picture would like be stuck like a few reels behind over here. So the only shot that I had was like this one. Yeah, that'd be cool. Cause otherwise it's like that small when I can't have it. When I can't have like the picture in there.
Right.
No. Lose audio, but that's okay. I'll get it back in a second.
Real quick, guys, I want to give a huge shout outs for the streamers, just so we can record it, and for you guys. Again, thank you for Mazz Opera House, all of our sponsors. Sam Core, provided delicious beverages for us.
Still more beer.
And yeah, just want to give a shout out. Thanks again. And I'm going to hand it over to Nate here, kind of wrapping things up. And after this, after Nate, we're going to do a kind of 45 minutes Q&A, deeper, like we did at the beginning. So you guys can have open discussion, go for more details, ask more questions, and then we can get things rolling. So, all right.
Hold up a sec. Keep it going? Yeah, for a second. Oh, the song was done. Okay, yep, there we go.
Alright guys, what's up? It's that time of the afternoon. Great fog, you guys today like more of the what and why, and not so much the how. If I teach you like how to be a video guy, we're all gonna take an emergency call and walk on the back. So I'm just gonna get into some of the stuff here, and so I'm gonna teach you guys how to get your customers on demand. Like I said, I do paid lead generation, so I do marketing, ad agency where I have a service that helps clients, and we basically guarantee them. So like, I'll go into a business and I'll say, hey, I'll guarantee X amount of month, that's our thing, and then we set up a whole system, it works for them, and not so I'll show you guys that simple process, or that process, and how we do all of that. So, how did I get here? Alright, so I don't know how many of you guys knew from when I was back in Spearfish. I grew up in Rapid, and I moved to Spearfish about 5 years ago now. Kind of crazy how it flies. And I actually moved away to get away from Rapid. I was kind of, school of hard knocks, dropped out of college, wasn't really like doing much of my life, partying now, like not really like doing much. I always wanted to do more, and I've been in a lot of positions in my life, like management positions, just like random, cool opportunities where I would just get a position that I wasn't really that qualified for. My first management position was like 18 at a gas station. It was just like a lot of situations where I felt like I was working in a place and I saw everybody else's business. I was like, I could do something on my own. So I tried quite a few different businesses, and not quite a few, but I tried like 4 or 5 different things, kind of like dabbling in them, and nothing really stuck with me. But through this process of me trying to figure everything out, moved to Spearfish and started training the dream huge passion of mine. I'm a competitor, and that's like what fueled my drive to want to actually start a business that I could do for me, train and achieve my goals there. So this is the gym I started at. This is the class when I started. Here's me in the white belt. And this is the first night that they ever did a jiu-jitsu program. This is Spearfish and Spearfish Martial Arts. And as I was here, I was working like a 9 to 5, but I've been studying a lot about online advertising. And I had this thought really of like, we're in South Dakota, we're 6 to 10 years behind the industry. So I was like, well, advertising is working in other bigger cities, but it hasn't really gone there yet. So maybe I can run some ads for some local businesses. If it actually works, of course they can pay. So that is what started on my obsession of like rabbit holes on YouTube and like going to YouTube and spending all my time figuring this stuff out. And then finally, when I felt confident enough, I approached Jordan from Spearfish Martial Arts and said, hey man, I've been doing this, I think I can help you get some more students, and we'll run some ads, spend all the day. And at the same time, I started to work for this independent car dealership that's over on Exit 8, fascinating office. I don't know if you guys know. Whole family, yeah. So that was a huge part of my life. And where this is all going is basically I was now doing this service that I've been running for the last like 8 months to a year, and now I was going to do it for them for free. I was going to try it out. I didn't really know what was going to happen, didn't have a lot of expectations. And right away we started to get success. So in the jiu-jitsu gym, I was running these ads for a free trial and for kids, which I'll show you some ads. And then over time, we click on the ads, and then they send notifications and I would call them, I would text them, I would email them, and then they came back, I'd do it again, I'd call them again, I'd email them. And I kept doing this for a long time. I started to get and now I'm like just doing this for free. I'm like bringing in students, bringing appointments, and it was crazy, but I was doing so much of the work here. I started to replicate the same process in the car dealership that I worked for. And by doing this, the margins were like so much higher because for jiu-jitsu school, you can make like $100 per sign up, but for a car dealership, they're going to make like $2,000 to $3,000 per one person right there. So I use this exact same process with the ads, free trial offer, texting, emailing. I'm doing a software company that was like including all those tools together so that I could have it to where my ads went into a system that would automatically send them text notifications, emails, everything like that, a mobile app. It made it really slick. So my working process was really easy. After this, I spent about maxed out a speech program. We had to actually, we filled up his whole age bracket, had to split the classes into two. We filled up both of those. Now there's a waiting list for both. The school's completely maxed out. You'll notice new lights. So, where did this turn into my business? Like, how did this all like work? Okay, so in this process, I'm learning and I'm getting good results, and I have this system. And I'm training jiu-jitsu, and it's like part of my passion. And I got the opportunity to go to this big national tournament, and I was really broke at the time. I wasn't making a ton of money with this stuff. I was just trying to pay bills and everything. And I got this opportunity to go to this tournament, but like it was literally like I could either go to the tournament or pay rent. And I was like, I knew in my heart I was like, I'm gonna do it, no matter what. Like I national tournament, like place to stay, guys would cover my registration, sponsor, whatever. So I went to the tournament, and now I'm flying to Las Vegas on my week's notice and going to compete in the national jiu-jitsu tournament. And it was at this place where life had like a big serendipitous moment, and I'm sitting in a Whole Foods trying to get some mangoes and fuel up for the competition. And I see this guy, and he's like talking about, I thought he was talking about jiu-jitsu, but he actually wasn't. And I just like butted into this conversation, and I was like, jiu-jitsu? Like, and I was like, I know about jiu-jitsu. And we just started this like weird conversation. And I got his contact info and looked on his Instagram, and he's like, $25 million ad agency by age 25 or something. And I was like, what do you do? He's like, I advertise. I go back home after this trip. I ended up taking second at that tournament, which was like crazy. And then went back home, kept in contact with this guy. He has this huge international agency, and he needed to fulfill lead generation. He had clients coming in that wanted the service that I just figured out how to do. And he's like, hey man, how about you do the fulfillment, and I'll bring you the clients. And I was like, yeah, I'm down. And in the first week, he sent me 6 clients. And this was like international logistics forwarding company, a real estate agency, online coach, and like a gym. There was like all these different industries. So I had to simplify my process to refine it so that I could get the results for all of them in like the same system. And that's exactly what I learned how to do through this process. Okay, so 2 years, I've launched over 150 lead generation campaigns, 15 industries served, over $1 million in ad spend, 150,000 leads generated, 20,000 appointments booked, and an average of 3 to 8x return on ad spend with all of our clients. So like when they're paying us 1,000, then they're going to be making at least 3 to 8,000 when the system works well. Okay, there's sometimes where it doesn't work for everybody, and I'll show you guys that. But there's some businesses that are more qualified. And I've helped my clients make millions. I don't really like follow. They stay with me a long time. I'm not in the books. Like, they make enough to pay me. They tell me they do good. There's clients that I've worked with since I started my LLC, and I'm still with today. And they've scaled up the sales teams, things like that. So it's a really cool thing. So what to expect from me? I'm transparent. I'm an open book. You guys can literally ask me anything. I'm here to clarify, not confuse. You can expect like a low to mid-grade PowerPoint setup, but I'm not really a PowerPoint guy. We're going to move super fast. We got a lot to cover, and I'm just going to try to get you guys through. There is going to be a recording saved for this, but it's going to be like very broad. Like we're going to touch on a lot of things, and I'm going to try to bring it all home. This is like a big system. It's taking me a lot of time to get into and figure out. So I'm going to do my best to get you guys in there. At least to have like understanding of why you should do this. So I'm not really here to teach the how, like I said before, I'm here to teach you the what and the why. Okay, so it's obvious that we need to be focusing on your digital strategy in 2020. You guys saw what happened in 2020, COVID. So many businesses became irrelevant if they didn't have an online ordering system or anything. They literally would close down. I traveled during COVID. I probably shouldn't say that, but we're all from South Dakota here, so we know how it is. And it's and I went to these places. I was down in Florida, I was down in Denver, and like all these businesses were literally closed. And like it was crazy to see like doors locked, things like that, and it just made me realize how important what I was doing was. So when I actually started my LLC, I got laid off in April of 2020 from the dealership that I was doing ads from, and that's right about the time when Dylan started seeing clients, and that's when this exploded. During COVID is when all of this was going on. So everybody is online, okay? Almost everybody. There's maybe a small percentage of people that are like more enlightened than us, and they figured out how to get away from it. I envy them. I want to do that. We all know social media is a tool, but raise your hand if you hate social media a little bit. Yeah, exactly. So with that, define where the spot on food online in some way, shape, or form. And if they're not, then their kids are. We're going to talk about traditional advertising versus digital advertising. We'll get into that. And we're not talking about posting organic social content. That's what Ellen's talking about. We're talking about paid advertising. So you can take the content that you make with that principle, run dollars behind it, and then you never have to post it again. It's just going to be showing up in people's feeds forever. As long as you're still paying. Huge. The industries are expanding exponentially. Total e-commerce sales by 2022, 4.5 trillion. Smartphone users will discover a new product online 51% of the time, and $25.1 billion will be spent social media automation ads by 2023, and on YouTube advertising is going to be 22 billion by 2022. World's most used social media platforms: Facebook, YouTube, WhatsApp, Instagram, TikTok, which are all the main ones. My ad agency focuses mostly on Facebook, Instagram ads. We also run Google, YouTube, so we'll talk about how it's not really about the channel. They all work. It's just about your unique business strategy and what you guys can bring to the table. So half of all potential clients are going to start their business search online. If you're not on there to be found, they're not going to find you. 46% of businesses do not track their leads at all. Madison was mentioning the customer relationship management system, CRM, and most businesses don't even collect an email address. Something that's been kind of custom for you. How many times have you guys gone into a place to eat or coffee shop for years and you've never got an email? It's kind of rude. Like I think it's kind of rude. I'm like, dude, I come here like so many times. Like, send me an email with a little coupon. You know, it's like ask me how I'm doing that. These are things that we can automate as business owners now and really create an impact and stay top of mind. So 70% of what businesses have calls to action on the website. Ellen is talking a lot about that, call to action. 85% of business owners have boosted a post when only 37% are running ads without. Who's clicked the boost to post button on the post? Ran like an ad, Okay. You run boost posts, put some dollars behind it. And have you guys ever gotten any good results from that? A little bit? Like people seeing it a lot? Engaging? What about people coming in? Have you ever seen an increase in that? Yeah. So just getting that exposure and that awareness will bring in some people from that. But the thing about boosting posts is it's kind of like Facebook's way of just getting some extra dollars from business owners, making it very easy, but they don't actually give you like a fraction of what you can actually accomplish by it. So there's a way better way to run ads with a proper ad strategy that will allow you to optimize so it's your spending, and you're not just trying to get awareness, you're trying to actually get leads, which a lead is a prospect interested in acquiring a lead. So when you tell Facebook that you want leads instead of awareness and exposure, it's going to bring you people that are likely to fill out information in exchange for whatever you're trying to offer. And we'll get into how that all breaks down, but it's a really effective way of making it so you're spending a couple dollars online and you're getting a phone number so you can literally call and be on the phone with and it's a new client, new prospect. Okay. So 99% of business owners hate talking about marketing, but marketing is like work. So we're going to be talking about it. All right, so traditional versus digital ads. When you run traditional advertising, if you go get a billboard, you're paying to market to everybody. Babies, grandparents, everybody. The price isn't impacted by who's the audience. So you're literally paying to reach everybody, and you can't even track it hardly at all. Unless you have, there's some ways you can track better now, but it's very hard to track the return on investment. It's expensive and hard to test variables. And how many people have ever clicked on a billboard? Never. You can't. You can't. How many people have ever clicked on an ad? You can't. So like if you in that moment feel like you want to do something with that business, you have to like go and like it's like two steps. Like make it simple. It shows up on the phone. I click it. Now I'm on the phone with the owner and like we're making an appointment and I'm in there. It's all about convenience. Digital ads, we can laser focus our targeting, so you're only paying to reach people that you want to reach. You can directly attribute if it's working or not. Just based on the results that you're seeing, it's not something you have to do for 6 months, a year, they lock you in these long contracts. It's something you can see right away if it's going to be effective. It's easy to test and measure, and then you can set a budget that works for you, as well as $1 a day you spend on Facebook ad strategy. So you'll see here a cost breakdown of how much it costs to reach a $2,000 audience with these different channels. Broadcasting, $150. But on social networking or on search, $50 to $75 to reach 2,000 people versus these other platforms. And with this, they can actually play, they can watch videos. So another thing too that I found a lot is like people have a bad rep about advertising because so many advertising companies got away with selling to a lot of people something that's not effective, but it's something that can be justified in buying. People will sell marketing packages that like aren't going to do anything to grow your business, but you're going to pay for it, and that's like the industry of advertising. Now we have the ability to actually pay for things that are going to really affect our business. It's going to be like an investment. It's not. It's so much more effective these days. These platforms are getting stronger, more information, data. Like I said, it's a slippery slope we're on because like social media is controlling so much of our lives. But it's influence is also a tool. So it's important that we're on there. Okay, so who does this work for? It's best for established local or national service-based or e-commerce businesses. I say established because a new business, the problem with doing ads for your new business is you're going to be funneling leads into a system that doesn't have a well-defined sales process or a validated offer or like these things that you need to where you can just plug into a good system. Because you can get people interested in something, but if they're not already buying, if you haven't been selling that thing, it's really hard to like also like, do that. So you first want to get established, have something that you're selling, have your offer, like have like your business side, like sales follow-up down, and then you can plug leads into an already working system, and then that's how you're going to be able to be effective. But it's harder for a new business to do. If you're a new business, it's going to take more money to get started, and it's going to take a lot longer. Like I said, already defined follow-up sales process, and then it works really good for businesses that are looking to scale with capacity and growth. Okay, so these are businesses that are looking to open another chain, looking to open another location, scale their sales team. These are the businesses this works really well for if you want to go all in. If you want to put like not that much budget into it, then it can work for a business that's just looking to maybe not scale with a huge capacity, but just have like a couple extra deals to bring into the book. These are a couple of industries I've worked with. A lot of car dealerships, that's kind of our bread and butter. Real estate, gyms, fitness, beauty, aesthetic. I don't need to read them all. You guys see the and I've worked with a lot of other ones too. And the same system that we use for car dealerships, look at the test drive point, is the same system that we use for massage parlors to be able to book them. Success stories, we started out just like you guys. Spearfish Martial Arts added an extra $120,000 to gross profit per year last year. And and that was literally from us just being able to add like 5 to 10 students per month into the gym there, and spending, I think we were spending about $500 per month on that. Total Fitness Kickboxing is a gym I'm working with. I have 4 of their locations I work with. Our first month with them, they signed up 46 new members to the gym. This was like 3 weeks ago, or yeah, I just started with them like a few months ago, and they just got that big success like several weeks ago. It's really recent is my point. And then we've had dozens of other successful case studies. I've worked with like online coaches and helped scale them to like over 100K. This lady That was kind of cool. Put a bummer too. Okay, so basically how it works is you've got your ads channel, which is going to be Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, any of them. Okay, I like Facebook and Instagram; they're kind of bread and butter for all of us. We're all pretty much on there. But YouTube ads are a huge opportunity too. It's not about the channel; they will all work for you if you have them very closely read. It's going to be more about the overall strategy. So if you look at hung up, like what's better, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok? They all work. All these systems work. It's all about how you work. So you send them from your ads channel to an offer that claim, an offer claim, some kind of offer. We're going to talk about lead magnet, and then it's going to redirect to a calendar or a call or your website. Okay, so I'll show you how this process works. We have a graph we'll look at in a little bit. But once they claim the offer, they're going to go into your automation software that's going to organize and nurture the leads and send them out emails, texts, and voicemails. So you've got them automatically coming from ads platform, and now you're texting them, now you're calling them, and you haven't even done anything. You're like starting to on that. And this is all happening automatically. And then everything funnels back to your calendar page. So even after they claim the offer, you guys all have to have like an online booking system that's set up and optimized so that anytime somebody wants to meet with you, you don't have to sit there and like, setting up your calendar. No, you want to have a calendar booking system online that's connected with like a Google Calendar that people can book with, fill out an application, and sign up with you at any time. Because then all your marketing can funnel back to your calendar page, and at the end of the day, somebody sees something they want to do work with you, they're not just going to message you, they're going to book an appointment. And there's no better way to sell somebody or to work with somebody than being on a phone call, Zoom call, or meeting with them. So at the end of the day, what we're doing is we're running ads to book count. And that's how you do it. Really tough to grab here, but okay, so this is the ad, this is Facebook. Okay, they're scrolling. They click on the ad, this is said, I'm gonna click on what you guys. Who's got a service or a product that somebody raise their hand and tell me about your service or product, and I'll do it live. Right here. Okay, so it's like a holistic type of massage, if you will. It was sort of similar in the way that they're booked like massage and that. Okay. Perfect. So this ad would say, this restorative service that very little people know about is now available in your Madison area. Get a free, we'll talk about lead magnet, get a free consultation or get a $15 off, whatever. Your offer, I'll show you how to do your offer. You're going to click on that, it's going to pop up in your form where they can name, phone, what's urgent, and then ask them questions, get more information. And then after that, it's going to say, okay, you're done. Your information is sent. It's going to send in the information to the listener, say, you got a new lead. And then the lead's going to see another page that says, why don't you just book your appointment and come in right now? Or why don't you set up your appointment right now? And then from the ad, they're going to go straight there after you've already got the email and phone. That is I know it's a lot of things happening at once, but this is literally somebody's huge about the huge service. Next thing they know, they're booked the next week. You make it easy. You have to calculate them right there and get them all the way. You don't like doing things like that. So the three pillars to scale your revenue online that I utilize in my business all the time is conversion optimization, database reactivation, and ADAS conversion optimization. We're going to go over it. Conversion optimization, this is on your website. This is to keep your website relevant and give you more new clients to come in. So a lot of websites these days are just like brick walls. You send people there and they're like so confused with like so many things going on, like about pages, like all this stuff is too much for me. People need to be funneled into the one thing that you want them to do, which is contact you to either become a client, book an appointment, or inquire about your services. The only thing that's going to make your business grow is more conversations with prospects. And if they go to your website and they're like getting lost, they're just going to bounce off and they probably never talk to you. for layout and design, I'm not going to go really deep into this because it's a whole different subtopic. But basically, just make sure it looks good and it's clean and there's a format to it. If it's like doesn't look good on mobile, you're done. Like, it has to look really good on mobile. It has to look good on desktop. It just has to make sense. If you feel like it's not good, it's not good. You can hire somebody or figure it out. Websites are not that hard. Yeah, it's definitely. It's gotta look good. It's gotta look good. But it doesn't have to be complicated at all. Make it easier to connect with you. So what you want to have is like you'll see on all my websites, there's a little bubble right here, a little chat box. If you have a question, that's called a chat widget. And what that allows people to do is like they can go to my website and then just open a conversation with you. These chat widgets are super easy to install, and you can literally get them with any software. Same with review widgets. This is another thing on your. So a widget is just like a plugin onto your website. A review widget is going to populate all your Google reviews on your website so people can see those as they're coming in live. Click the call button. So many people have their phone number on their website, but the click the call button doesn't work. So when somebody goes to your website, it should literally be like everything above the fold. It should say your offer, come in contact us now, all before they scroll it over. And then they click and then they can contact you. It's like super easy. And on that point, this is now where we talk about a website versus a funnel or a landing page. Okay, remember how I said website can be a box, you funnel them? This is the modern day website. It's called a landing page funnel. Okay? It's different. Okay, so I'm going to go. So this is loading as the mobile version here. But this is more of a funnel. Okay, this isn't a website. This is a funnel. So the reason this is a funnel is because it's only got one main objective, which is purchase ticket sales. So it's going to start out, all this stuff is above the fold before you can even scroll down. It's going to have our main call to action, the sales video that's going to tell everything that you need to know in order to move forward, the introduction, and then as you scroll down, we kind of have like our intro to what's going on here, and then we're really focused on the business and like talking about if you're a business owner who's trying to figure things out, learn how to make, we go in and we assess who our main person is. This is our value stack. We show everything that's going to be there for value, and then we start to get into more breaking down of like each individual product, and then we give like just imagine for today, we're really painting the picture. This is sales copy, and this isn't, the most optimized sales funnel, but this is where you're taking somebody, and it's not just like, here's my website, it's like bouncing around. You're taking somebody from like, they just came on here, so like, this is everything that's going on, everything that you started. And this is working for you, selling for you. So this is a sales funnel. It's got testimonials. This is the chat widget I was mentioning. If I go down, I can click on that chat widget, and it's going to pop up. I can send it. Okay. So this is an example of like a landing page funnel. And now I'm going to need a volunteer from the crowd. We're going to critique your website really quick. Please raise your hand. Don't be shy. www.answerwoods. One thing I'm seeing is there's a lot of like big attachments to this website. Wait, is this with your picture right here? Oh, there it is. Okay. So yeah, that picture takes a really long time to render. The load speed is like really slow. And that's one don't know. But okay, I like right away that we see like a big headline here, know where adventure takes you, and then I like that we've got this call to action. But what I would recommend with this is I would paint more of a picture of like what this is. Because off the bat, I don't really know exactly what's going on. Advertising, you want to be very primal. You don't really want to be like salesy. You want to be very primal. So like, know where the adventure takes you. That's great. But then say, you know, stress less. Don't have to worry about managing your properties. We'll handle everything for you. For information, you know, click below here. Call to action. Do that, and that's all you really need. You know, so. Does it scroll a bit more under this? Oh, I see. Okay. This probably looks good on, really good on mobile. Yeah, I like this too. So they're kind of like going like half website, half funnel. I would say like this first page, you could just take some of the stuff from the bottom and like move up to make it more of like a call to action and like more flowing into them like checking out your property and stuff. Overall, those are just some like simple things that you can do. And then you can put a call button up here. All of these things will just make it easier for people to contact with you. And then from there, it's gonna be like you're just gonna get more natural leads from people that stumble across the website. This isn't something that's like gonna overnight help you grow, but it's that like instead of converting 10 people that land on your website, now you're converting 15. That's why we do that first. We would do that. Then the second pillar, after you have your website down, your appointment booking system set up, your calendar, then what we want to do is database reactivation. It's $0 in ad spend, and what you're going to do is you're going to use your existing database of leads, and you're going to follow up with them. And some people ignore them. It's like the easiest thing that everybody can do that nobody does. We are so infatuated with new leads and business coming in that we forget about all the people that acquired with us that we just didn't quite make contact with. So we do database reactivation campaigns for our clients. We'll take their lists and we'll send them out a couple emails, a couple texts, catered around whatever offer they're doing, and they see amazing responses. One that we did with the small list, it's going out there, I think it's relevant because of the numbers, but it's a different use case and I think it can go easier. So for a car dealership, we had a list of 500 old leads that they had generated. We sent them a couple texts, a couple emails, and hey, this is purchase the car. And out of a list of 500, overnight, they got, or over in that same day, they got 19 credit applications, like right that day. And then the next day, they got a bunch more in, and over that weekend, they sold 6 cars. So this is like, and 6 cars, they probably made like $25,000 to $30,000. So this is like sending out a couple of texts and emails to make $1,000. And what I realized about this is most people are afraid of this because what it takes is volume. It takes a more opinion than you expect, and that's why people shy away. They'll follow up 1 to 2 times and they'll stop, but you have to like be kind of consistent with it. And it's not personal if somebody like ghosts you, it's just because they're busy. You want them to either say, no, I don't want to work with you, or you want them to say, yes, I'm interested. You don't want them to ghost you. If they ghost you, it's a waste of everybody's time. So, the highest converting database reactivation script that you can use on a lead that's like super ghosted you is just their first name, question. It seems really simple, but this is like one of the best ways to like practice it. Or I'll say, do I have contact person? It'll automatically populate the name of the person line. So like, do I have Realissa or am I way off? That's what I send in text. And they'll respond, yeah, you have me, I've just been busy. Sorry, I want to get scheduled this week. Like that's how easy it can be to reactivate an old deal and get something back in the business. It doesn't have to be complicated. It should look like you just send it out like, hey, are you still interested? This stuff, text, email, should be doing a lot of. And it's not that hard to set up. There's a lot of software. So you do your database reactivation and you get your list and see if they want to do business with you. Like get a yes or a no from every single person you've ever come in contact with. Okay? Because you're gonna make some money from that, and that's gonna allow you to have what you need to be able to spend these ads. Okay, so now you're going into with social media ads, it's not easy. It's not like a full system. Facebook sucks, Mark Zuckerberg sucks. It's terrible. It's not easy. It's really hard. But it does really work. And, yeah, that's like I used to think that you guys should just learn how to do it yourself, but I don't think that because it's really hard. So I think like hiring somebody on staff like salary, and if they know how to run ads, is a really good move. Or just like hiring like somebody that knows how to run ads. But it can be tricky to find someone, so that's why you want to understand how the process works. You can manage it yourself and like know what's good and what's bad. So with our social media ads, there's the timeless marketing rule 7, where it says you have to contact people 7 times within 7 days for them to make an advancement with your brand or to buy with you. This is an old timeless concept. I would say now it's probably like rule of like 57. Like you have to be in front of people now because we have so many things. Our markets are saturated. There's so many things coming at us all the time. So with your ads, like you have to show people a lot of times. Like I'll see an ad like 5 times before I'm like, oh yeah, that's sick. I want that or something like that. Like there's a high frequency. So remember that when you're doing your ads, like some people will see things and like it's gonna work on them over time and then they're gonna come. The point of this whole thing though, and the reason that we go through all the frustrations to learn how to run ads, because at the end of the day, if you could put in $1 and get back $2, you would continue to do that. So that is the math that we are. Big brands use these same tools, accessible to you, and businesses spending on these platforms. You can do the exact same thing that all these brands have came together with like super high-end strategists who decided this is where we should allocate our budget. You guys all have access to these tools. Mindset, don't give up too early on the system. Like when you start doing this, like it takes a little bit to get up and going. So you have to like really work it. You gotta run the play and warm the woods. Like once you first start getting behind your campaign, it takes confidence to let that thing be done, especially if you're on a high ad budget. But once you start to see the leads flowing in the business, then you're gonna want to keep doing it. And sometimes people get stuck. Like, what else am I supposed to do? Just do more of whatever works. It's like that's the easiest thing to do. That a lot of us ignore. We're like, what's the new thing? What's the next thing? Where should I go? Just do more of whatever works, more volume. That's like a huge, huge thing that I've seen in the business. Is it usually just takes like more volume of what you're already doing in a better, more refined way, and then you'll achieve whatever you're looking to achieve. So basically, it's not like you just turn on ads and you're good. It's a test, monitor, optimize, refine, scale, and repeat system. So you got to be like having somebody that goes through them to find your winning ads. Okay? Good advertising is just good communication. It's having a problem that somebody has, a solution that you offer, and then creating a really easy bridge between the two, making it super easy for people to do content. Right? So now, how do you guys get like your ads going? So lead magnets. This is what we're going to talk about. Okay, so like your ads, everybody here, to get a lead, you have to attract them. So we call that a lead magnet. A lead magnet can be anything like a free trial, a discount, a coupon, a direct offering, just tell them what you do, or some kind of resource like a free guide, free training, cheat sheets, information for them. Any of these things around your industry can be used to make a lead magnet. So for a lot of service-based businesses, free trial works great. That works great in this industry. Most people, coupons work well for. It just depends. Your industry, your lead magnet needs to be structured around whatever the leads you're trying to attract want. Okay? And I'm going to show you how you define the lead magnet. Here's a couple ads that we've done. This is the Spearfish Martial Arts, one of the ones from Spearfish Martial Arts that grew up. This is how simple it really is. This is a picture of Happy Kid. People kind of want to feel like they're just scrolling on social media and they just like not a post. They don't really want to feel like an ad. So basic picture. We tested a lot of different pictures, but it's just an action shot. And then just attention area. Enjoy 2 free weeks. That's our lead magnet. That's our offer of martial arts classes. Click below to sign up now. They click there. It's going to send them to the lead thing. It's going to send them the calendar. And then book the appointment. Okay. estate lead magnet example, get access to all new development properties coming. There's a bunch of new developments coming in the next 6 months. Click here, we'll send you links. Anybody that's interested in development housing, they're going to click on that, and now this real estate company is in contact with somebody that's interested. Lakewood Engravings, this is the ad that broke this guy's business. Look, $581 in ad spend to make back $7,630 with a return on ad spend of 13. Imagine paying $1 and something 13 times. Okay? And then this is all the sign work. Look, it's customizable, one-of-a-kind artwork for instance, a lake life. There's no lead magnet. It just literally says, this is what we do, come check it out, and we just show up to the website. That's how you do it. Okay, so don't lose the post. Learn how to run simple ads, hire somebody to run sponsored ads. You're wasting money producing ads. It really doesn't do much for you. It will get you awareness, it will get you exposure, but you can be spending that same money to get like actual leads and appointments. I talked already about how we're creating a bridge between the cost and solutions offered. People hate to be sold. Mike was saying this, but they love to buy. So like if your ad is like, hey, are you sick and tired and want to do this with your life and check out the digital 90,500 buy now, that stuff doesn't really work. But if it actually appeals to them and it's like they read it and they feel like connected with it, like it's not selling to them, they're buying it. Like this tool will help you X, Y, Z in your life. It's helped X, Y, Z amount of people get it now. That's going to speak to somebody more than if somebody's trying to like, check this out, check this out. It's got to be like, here's the thing, here's what it is, and come get it. Does that make sense? Like, you can't be like too in the face. You have to be like, this is what it is, and allow that to come. The same way you get from 0 to 10K is the same way you get from 10K to 100K, but it's just like way more important. So the hardest thing for most people is just getting that first like 100 leads and getting the system going, and then after that, it's just like managing and optimizing the system. But I think it's harder to get off the ground than it is to keep going. If there's one variable off in these advertising campaigns, everything you do is nothing more. It's very frustrating. So that's why like it's a systematic process. You really have to like have everything together. So in our ads, we have you have the actual picture, you have the words, and you have like the system. All of those things have to be cohesive and work together for an ad to make sense. How can you figure out how to like run good ads? So there's this thing called the ads library, and we're kind of running out of time here, so I'm not going to get very deep into it today. I'll just pull it up so I can show you guys. But all ads that are running in the entire world are public information. Okay? Because of laws, they have to show all the ads that are running. So people are spending, they're hiring consultants like me, they're working, they're spending so much money, and they're doing it to figure out the best ads. You can literally just go and look at their ads. So you go to this ads library, Facebook ads library. You can type in a keyword, you can type in a specific business, your competitor, and then you click enter, and it's gonna pop up. I just typed in real estate, 50,000 results, and I can see every real estate ad basically that's running, or I literally can see every real estate ad that's running in the entire world on Facebook and Instagram. So like I can easily see good copy, good structures. How to know if an ad's doing well is how long it's been running. So the further you scroll back, you can see older ads. If somebody continues to run an ad, it means it's probably making money, or they're just like spending money, they don't care. But you can probably tell their ad sucks then. But you can know that somebody's running a good ad with this system, and then what you can do is you can use that same framework. They've already figured out the best offer, the best lead magnet, what to say, what to put in the picture. They've already spent money, they've already tested it, and now you can use that same framework in South Dakota where nobody's even running ads. This is the easiest place to run ads in probably in the country. Like there's not a lot of bidding in this area, so it's really, really cheap to run online ads here. of the ads channel and get them on a text conversation or on the phone or with you. So the goal is to drive them away from the platform and into the CRM system. And basically, our automated replies is just going to be personalized messages to the response. Like, we're not trying to get people to commit to too much. We're just trying to tell them when you should call. So, like, we'll run lead ads instead of a message. Hey, Mike, this is Nate. I just got your inquiry on Facebook. When's a good time to reach out to clients? You might go respond to people. That's it. Then I call them. It's not complicated messages and stuff like that. Okay? If you guys aren't using SMS marketing, you definitely should be. 98% open rate, 95% of people ages 18 to 29 for text or call. And we at my agency have an average response rate of 49.5 automatic reply. So like, as somebody comes into our system before anybody even calls them, you have 50%, almost 50% of people respond. And this is the simple, like, we do a text, a ringless voicemail, which is automated, which I'll talk about, and then 20 minutes later, or maybe later that night, we send them another text with the calendar. And that's a 50% reply rate. It gets people working all the time. It needs to be human and not salesy, and we're going to send the calendar link. Okay, so I'm not going to get too far into this. This is the way our whole internal communication flow works. So you have all your leads that are coming in, you have the campaigns that have to go out, check in with them. If they book an appointment, then you're going to put them in an appointment reminder campaign so they actually show up to their appointment. Like, there's all these things running in the background so that you don't have to be like, oh, are you coming for your appointment? No, they're already going to get that. Okay, so this has taken us a long time to build out, and we already have like the script and the framework down for this. You want to be sending out welcome campaigns, appointment reminders, and you have long-term drip campaigns for all your listings. We've kind of already gone over this, just kind of a recap. The highest chance of connecting with prospects is by getting a phone call or Zoom with them to get them in person with you. The magic 5-minute window of follow-up, your chance of connecting with somebody increases 550% outside that window if there's no follow-up sent within the first 5 minutes. That's a Harvard law study that found that. It's like from like 2013, so it's like pretty old. 550% if you don't follow them that you're not in touch. 44% of salespeople give up after just one attempt, and only 8% of salespeople follow up 1 to 5 times. So most people just aren't trying like, hard enough to reach their leads. And then 5 to 6 calls on average is what it takes to get on in contact with a new lead if the first call is not answered. So most people call once, they give up, and then they call twice, they're like, it's like, dude, he's busy, he's working, he's living, doing all that. You gotta really be consistent with people to get in touch with people. And it feels pesky, it feels annoying, but people are just busy. Normally when I get in touch with somebody, they're appreciative that I continue to reach out because they're like, oh, you guys follow up so great, like next time, like when I was ready, like I just reached that out. People appreciate it. Like I said, it's not personal, people are too busy. Okay, so what do we have for time right now? We're wrapping this up, guys. I know we're deep in it. You guys covered so many vast topics, but this is some really important stuff. So I like to look at everything with about 100 lead theory. So you want to think about out of 100 leads, how many people can I turn into a client? So if I were to send you 100 people today, what's your sales process look like? How many of those people are going to convert into appointments? Generally, you see a booking rate of about 25%. So that would be out of 100 leads, you'd have 25 booked, and then out of that, there's about a 25 show rate. So then you have 10 to 15 show, and out of that 10 to 15 appointments, what is your average ticket price? Think about it. If 10 to 15 new customers came in, average ticket price, what is that going to be? And usually it's so much, it's way higher than the ad spend that you're going to put into ads to get them. Okay, so I like to look at 100 leads. We get most of our clients 100 leads a month, and that's what they need. Because then what we determine is cost per acquisition. So after we start getting new clients off of advertising, let's just go with the jiu-jitsu school example for simplicity, $100 membership a month. So basically we're spending on ads, and we're getting leads for like $5 to $10 per lead, and then we're getting appointments for like $25 appointment.
cost per acquisition, you boil it down to literally know how many dollars you have to spend on Facebook to acquire a new customer. And so if it's $5 to acquire a new customer, if I spend $10, I'll get 2 customers, and so on and so forth. And this is how you scale your budget up by spending more. Lifetime value is something to consider too. How many of you guys have clients that come back with you after they were with you the first time? And how many of those clients bring referrals? Yeah, most people, and especially around here, are built off referrals and word of mouth, which is the most powerful form of marketing there is, and that'll never be disputed. But the problem is that you're not able to control it. So with your referrals and your lifetime value, now you have a customer that you pay for like a $5 lead, booked an appointment with you, that's now going to be your customer for years to come. You only pay for it once, plus they're going to tell their friends. And so now you have one customer that you pay for on ads, spend $5 or $25 to get their contact info, and now they're your client for life. They drop people. So you can really see the long-term return on investment that offers. It allows you to grow exponentially over time. I kind of went over this. Your lead cost is average is maybe $5 to $15 per lead, looking rate 25%. The close rates can vary on your process. I do have a worksheet that I'm going to send you guys. Madison started it out, but you guys go into like your expenses and things like that. And it's you guys are going to have access to it. It's a formula that's already pre-built in Excel, and you're going to be able to communicate. Yeah, it'll be. You guys will get the email that goes over it. But you just enter your monthly expenses, and you enter your revenue numbers. So like what your price point is, what your revenue is, what your goals are, and then you enter like average cost per lead, things like that, and it's going to show you how many sales you need, how many calls you need, how many leads you need, how much ad spend you're going to need based on those numbers to generate X amount of sales, and then it's going to also show you your average lifetime value. Referrals, you fill out the numbers in orange, you don't update the ones in white, and it'll automatically update the ones in white, and then it'll show you like how many like leads you need, like how much budget you need to spend online. That's really cool. Okay, so for those of you that have like a lot of things you're not sure what to do online, this is the 5 ones. This is something I like in coaching program that I did. Is go into one market, so your one main core offer that you offer, or your one main person that you work with, and offer them one solution, your main offer, and then focus on one conversion tool. That's going to be how you close it. So if it's like free consultation, that's what you're offering the package, or if it's like just appointment, that's your conversion tool. Converts them into a client. One traffic source, so this could be Facebook, Instagram ads, YouTube ads, Google search, any of those for 1 year, and you're going to see the business exponentially change. Because that focus, and just being able to do that, it makes everything so simple. I mean, my business went crazy when I had like 5 markets I was going after, and like 10 solutions, and like 3 conversion tools, and like it's really not changing. So the 5 months allows you to just keep it simple and continues to just work the one market, the one solution, the one conversion metric, the one traffic source for 1 year. See what happens. So you guys write in your 5 ones. Just jot down so you know the market, solution / product, conversion tool, traffic source for 1 year. Okay, so just home buyers, you want to help, you're going to sell them by giving them free appraisal, and you're going to generate new clients off of Facebook and Instagram ads for 1 year. So I'm talking about like a lot of different software and stuff here, of like text, chat widget, review widget, and like CRM, and all these things. The problem with software is like there's so many different things that you have like all these different pieces that are hard to stitch together. So I told you guys that I partnered with that company back in 2019 that allowed me to use Expedia. I
still work with them today. They've allowed me to brand my own thing off of it called Ship CRM. We're talking about some other paid CRM tools as well. We have all-in-one solution that does like all of the stuff that I mentioned. It's kind of like all those stuff that I was showing you guys. So if any of you guys are interested in looking at that later, it's shipsocial.com/demo. It's a super powerful tool. Otherwise, I wouldn't recommend it. It allows you to have all those tools in one, and it's a solution it's totally complete. So it consolidates a lot of the software that you already have in one. It's only $99 a month. It covers all your expenses. I'm not trying to sell you guys on that. I just want to show you that it's there, and that's the tool that we have everything through, all our text, emails, everything goes through there. It's a full app. Okay, so finally, how to fully book your calendar in the next 30 to 90 days. This is what we're going to be talking about. I'm going to show you the process. This is our process with every single one of our clients. These are the 3 pillars. First, we're going to strategize about your business. You need to make sure your sales system is down, your follow-up system is on point, and that you know your goals, what you're selling, who you're selling to, and you have a good offer. That's the first pillar. After that, you're able to systemize, start to create your campaign, integrate your software, automate your follow-up system, and then from there, you're able to start scaling. You launch your campaign, you start getting leads in, you start to nurture leads, and then you refine the results from there. You continue to optimize, and you repeat the whole process until offers. But usually, when you find something that works, like a lot of people are like, yeah, I was running ads and like we're getting leads, we're getting sales off. Like, sweet, what you do with that? Oh, we turned it off. No, keep that going. Like double down on that. If something works, just do more of that. It's pretty simple there. So that's the 9-step process. That all of this that I talked about is condensed into these 9 steps. And this is literally what we do with every single one of our clients. So yeah. I usually hang out. I'm not really on social media a ton. I do like jiu-jitsu stuff and business stuff. I'm doing like calls and stuff like that. So if any of you guys want to connect on any of this stuff, we can talk about lead mapping strategy for your lead generation campaign. This is a link to my calendar page, application. You guys can check that out. Just if you want to talk lead mapping strategy and like what you should do for your campaign. Like I said, I don't want to. I know there's so much that we went over today, and I don't want you guys to leave here kind of confused. So if you have like some specific questions and stuff, or you want to know like what kind of offer would I run for my business, I'd be happy to tell you guys that. We can do a phone call, whatever. Just you can connect with me there. Short application, but time. And that's all I got, guys. So like I said, I wanted to go fast today. I didn't intend to rush through, but I know we were racing against time. So I want to go back and see if there's any questions you guys have. And then also, before that, clarify, there's so many different things going on, but at the core, it's like you have an offer, you put it into an ad, and then you run that ad, and then it attracts people, you close those people, and that's it. The rest of the stuff comes in to make that process easier, but that is the process that's allowed me to scale on businesses, that's allowed me to scale my own business. I use the same process with my own clients, and I don't know how much longer it's going to work out. Facebook can go down tomorrow, all these things can come tomorrow, but I know they work today, and that's why every day that you're not investing heavily into your strategy, you're losing time, but this stuff might not be as good for you. Questions on any of that? Is that helpful, or you guys confused? Come on. Search engine optimization? Yeah, that's a good question. So, like, search engine optimization is an organic strategy, just like posting content is, like Ellen's talking about. These are organic or unpaid strategies where it's going to naturally grow your business out over time, get you leads that are like looking for you, things like that. Paid advertising, it's going to basically putting you in front of people's faces saying, offers like a very unique, I don't even want to try to categorize it, I'm going to screw it up, very unique restorative service. They're going to want to put that in front of people's faces by paying and having that base strategy to get the more awareness out there and actually demand instead of just relying on the people that are doing it. It's basically telling people, this is what we do, come get in touch with us, showing up right now. Yeah, exactly. And a lot of service businesses, people just don't really know like what the deal is. Like the gym, so many people are like, yeah, we saw him passing a lot, we didn't know you guys offered a free trial. Like most of you guys already have a lead magnet that could be getting you leads. You just gotta put it out there and get some dollars behind it and start generating. Any other questions? Okay, we're gonna jump into some Q&A to finish up the day. And yeah, thank you guys. Thank you guys.
So yeah, we're going to kind of exhaust this last section in terms of just getting at all your last questions, comments, concerns of the entire conference today. Really appreciate you guys sticking out. I know it's kind of a long day, very intensive, a ton of information, but we hope you absorbed something today, of course, and took some notes, changed your mind a little bit. So yeah.
If you guys just want to like brainstorm about something in your business as well, all four of us are here to do that for you guys. So just give us like 60 seconds.
And then, oh yeah, also at the end of this, we're going to pull an hour. We can do it after the Q&A. We're going to pull the name for whoever won a 3-hour consultation with whoever you're choosing. So, sweet. All right, guys. Fantastic. I learned so much today. I really was here to just listen. Mostly. Yes, it's just valuable information. I work with these guys pretty closely. They on my next list for hiring for all that ad stuff. So those are right over my head. But to me, Helen working a lot of brains together. That alias exercise, fitness guy that you saw, me and her working on that together, which is a fantastic project. Yes, super cool dynamic. The project was fantastic. And yeah, we worked with Garrett. We definitely had an identity crisis, but we made it happen. So anyway, let's get on to the Q&A. First on the head or on the mind to start this. Use this?
For the internet, you need to use it.
For the internet, okay. Maybe like let's start with something that really stuck out to you. How bad your business needs help? And what department? All of it, really. But it's the same process. So starting with that foundation, what I started off with, asking why, telling your story, putting a deeper purpose behind it,
sense to just like sink it in. So let me ask you this. The one thing that you paid here was for like marketing and advertising, right? Okay. What are you going to take away from making a business right away? Well, yes. Okay. Tell me more.
Yeah, so definitely like the biggest pillar for you saw is like improving optimization of your website. You know, is it that you're having trouble driving leads to your website? Is it that you're having trouble actually getting people there? Or is it that you're having trouble with people there actually getting So there's a really cool thing that we've started to do. So Apple actually slapped down this update last year. I'm sure a lot of you guys might have heard about it. It's called the iOS update, which allowed, which basically is like Safari. It's like Apple and Facebook basically fighting over data, and so Facebook or Apple saying, sorry Facebook, we're not going to give you all this data for advertising. So it made it a lot harder to actually track sending people to your website. So a feature that you guys are going to want to look into that's really up and coming for the next couple of years in advertising is called lead forms. Okay, Facebook, Instagram lead forms. This is a type of campaign where instead of sending someone to your website, you just send them to a form. They can put in their name, email, phone. They can ask questions, and they can put in. You can ask them questions to get more information off of them, and you don't even have to send them to your website. That way, they don't get lost on your website. That's what happens a lot of the time. So they see the ad that says, get more information about our latest bookings here. They click, say, when are you looking to book? They put a time estimate, they put it on the phone, and they send that in. That's going to put them in your CRM system, and then you'll just redirect them to the calendar page after that, and they don't have to have your website in the middle, because with the website, there's so many things that can go wrong. So one thing I recommend for all of you guys is to consider running a lead form campaign on Facebook, because all it is it's Facebook really likes it because you put people on the platform, you don't send them off, and it's just like a little lead box. They can fill it out and then redirect them after that. So websites are tricky for sure. Your website can either be really good for you or it can be a bottleneck, and that's why we recommend using sales funnels a lot of the time, so that when you drive people from an ad, you know that you're actually having everything optimized. So that's a big part of it. I think for you, it's like maybe the optimizing your website and then having those leads flow in consistently. So it's not like a proven system; it's always testing. But that's one of the big things. Lead forms, and Google actually just started to release a feature where they're going to be adding these as well, and that's something that we're all going to want to check out, because by
person that it is that I engage with face to face, because ultimately, at the end of the day, your face-to-face interaction with people is way more valuable than online. But we just want to keep that consistent throughout. So, yeah, exactly. Yeah, your personality from face to face should be reflected in how it is online as well. I'm curious, guys. Is there something that we did not cover between the four of ours that you would definitely have learned today? Like the nitty gritty? Anything that you were like, oh man, I wish they would have covered. That's why we're providing the recording for this. I know it's rough.
Because like I mentioned, you can't do anything if you don't know what you're trying to implement, right? Just like I said, that book of that stuff, you can't really spread the gospel without writing the work first. You can't get the message out. You don't know where your message is. I think a lot of business owners these days, well, they have a product, they have a service, you guys know what you do. It's really the question is how are you going to communicate that effectively? What I didn't cover too much because it was a longer slide is how impactful identity design is. Yes, I talked about the importance of the beforehand, but really that first interaction that happens on Facebook, if that's just a logo that doesn't really stand out to you, not really memorize, or doesn't stick with you, or the verbiage is misspellings, and it's just not really connecting with you. Those personal touch points. If you don't know who you're talking to, you don't know how you're going to talk to them. Bridging that gap between, I think we all kind of mentioned that, bridging that gap of finding a solution for someone, being that for them, and not pushing like a bombastic advertisement, but being like, hey, I have an answer to your problem. That's way more captivating than just saying, oh, there's 50% off. That also has its rhyme and reason, time and place. But you really want to understand how you're doing what you're doing, who you're talking to, and I think something also that Nate talked about was kind of like almost niching, right? The 1 to 5 ones. Because if you are an a-la-carte service with like a bunch of stuff, well then you're serving 10 different people, 10 different markets, which is hundreds of different keywords. So niche down, specialize in something that you do. That one jewelry store that does jewelry that specifically, in that specific way. Find your uniqueness in that industry. In every industry that feels saturated, but find your little niche that makes it different and capitalize on it. That's why people fall in love with personalities. Everyone in the service industry, that's awesome. Use it, right? So start on your foundation and ask yourself, all right, well, maybe for your website too, does that really reflect the value of your service? You're probably fantastic at what you do, but does your website reflect that? Is the imagery off? Is the voice and the tone of how you're speaking off? It's not really off the mark. It's not really aligned with the quality of your service. So those are things you have to really ask, because once you get you answer those questions, then how you train your people inside so you give a value system. That's how you hire the right people. Exactly. So again, so share your values internally with the people you work with, also outwardly, and that creates a whole ecosystem, a whole tribe, like I was talking about.
So that's like the order we went in today was kind of like the order we envisioned of the importance of like where to start. Make sure you have a foundation, operations are smooth, and then like some really nice content to be able to put into ads. So that's
Did you guys like the order? Is that the most effective way to deliver the information? Okay. But that's kind of the way that it should be for other people's business as well. Yeah, absolutely.
By this date, I want to reach out to these people. All right, guys, great, it's awesome. Who wants to? Well, who wants to question? I'm that person. Okay, awesome. Who are you? Oh, well, I'm old. I swear a lot, but I don't want to talk. Awesome. Yeah. But you attract those kind of people. Honest. That's a personality. So that's the type of people that she attracted to the book. So we nailed exactly what she wanted to speak to, and they helped her get her goal, and vice versa. She helped them get theirs.
So while he's talking about me, let's talk about Mike, because I think all four of us do this in a really good way of being able to show our personalities through our business. Like Mike is sitting on the Reeves stool, not because we have a fourth one, but that's because it's his personality. And working with him and interacting with his business, you would totally tell that is just Mike and me. And that's also what I want to talk about is your personality. Like, stay true to who you are. That's why I opened up with my presentation with authenticity over perfection. Because even though, like, not everybody's going to like you, and that's okay. And that's actually kind of a good thing. You want to cultivate the people who resonate with you, see eye to eye with you, align with you, and that's how you're going to create that really strong relationship with people that you've never met or that live way across the world. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I put on the internet, and I did it in one take, and it was super silly, but it resonated with so many people, and to the point where I've actually had people from around the country actually come up here and visit me, and now we're really good friends, and I met them through a TikTok video that they've done, or an Instagram post, and I responded to them, I engaged with them, it was genuine with them from the very beginning when they reached out, by answering to their messages through voice recordings and things like that. I went the extra step instead of just commenting back to them. I literally recorded my voice and I was like, hey, what's up? Oh my gosh, I'm so excited that you were so hyped about my content. Like, let's talk about it. We booked a FaceTime call, and then 3 months later, she was already up here and we were hanging out, and now we're good friends. And that's happened over a dozen times already. So the internet is really powerful, and if you utilize it in a way that's true to your personality, you will attract the right and perfect clientele for your business.
just passing it down. Hey, so all great stuff. I just wanted to know any takeaways you guys had. Like, actually, let me rephrase that. Did anybody have like any major like light bulb moments where you're like, oh, we need content, like we need to get this video, we need to add it on. Did anybody have any light bulb moments of anything you're really interested in implementing after this, or something like that? Ads. Yeah, ads. The hardest thing about ads is just getting it set up the first time. But after you kind of get the system, it's like so much work at first, but then it kind of runs itself. We have some ads that we don't have to touch for 3 months at a time. It's so nice. It takes a long time to set them up, tap in, but then it's like we keep getting the same results for 3 months. And then they kind of die out. Yeah, so just like what you guys were talking about here about defining who you are and having like your unique selling proposition, like you guys probably offer different things. Like I can talk about the niches. I don't know which one it is. Niche. We go with niches. So like you got your niche or whatever. So, maybe yours is a different type of property than yours is, and so you focus on that. But here's the thing: there's probably the market. If the market isn't totally capped up, then you guys are both going to be able to run ads and not even compete each other. So, like most of the thing with ads out here is there's not enough people that can spend enough money to get the demand taken care of for the amount of supply that there is. So literally, if both of you guys were running ads at $100 per day, you'd probably still be both getting different leads because there's so many people looking for what you want to do. So then it becomes like which one you want to spend more. That's who would win that on that battle. But there's plenty to go around where you can run ads in the same market as somebody else is, and maybe you just run it a little bit differently. You run a different picture, the system's a little bit different, the strategy's different. For myself, if I had two clients come to me that were in the same place, same area, I would choose with one or offer exclusively to one because then I can scale them up and grow them and not have two. For me, honestly, it would be whoever had the most potential to like scale, whoever wanted to go the furthest, because that's the one that's going to be the biggest opportunity versus the one that just won't let you do. But it's kind of a tricky situation. Like it doesn't. I see a lot of car dealership industry, and it doesn't really impact the results much because sometimes just get people to like fill out the code. But when it comes to that, Facebook. So it's not going to really impact. But that's a really good question.
So this is where the personality and the authenticity really comes out for the best of you. Is because, like I said, you can't serve everybody, nor do you want to. And when you really dissect and diagnose what unique qualities that you have, yes, you might be in the same industry, but as you as a person, what are you offering differently? How do you communicate that's different from the other person? What kind of service on top of things that you can provide that's going to be different and make you unique from the rest? Everybody has that unique quality trait. It's just figuring out what that is and then blowing that up into your ads. So like photographers, for instance, this market in the Mountain Hills is so oversaturated, and honestly, that's okay for me. I used to have the mentality of competition over community, and that shifted drastically, especially when I finally realized, like, wow, I offer this so much differently than anybody else in the area. I don't do weddings, I don't do families, I work one-on-one with individuals. I'm the only one in the area that does stylized shoots and high-end fashion editorial situation. And I create content for brands. And no one else in the area is providing the same service or the same way that I can communicate with them on that level. And the greatest thing about also having a lot of other photographer friends is that they are also unique in specific areas. So when a customer comes to me and they ask me, oh, well, can you shoot my wedding? I'd be like, no, I can't, but I have a friend who does awesome work. She specializes in that, and she is going to be able to serve you for this way better than I can. Let me direct you. I trust her to serve you. And that is how you form a community of similar people in your industries. So you find out what's different between each other, and then when you have a client that comes your way that asks for something that you can't offer or do not want to, now you have a community of people that might be able to help that person. That's how I look at it. And that's also giving you the level up too, because the fact that you can connect them in a way that's going to help them and problem solve their solution, they're still going to thank you when it comes back around to the time that they want to work with you. Or they know, like, now I know what service that person offers, so when it's the time that I'm able to do that or need that, I'll think of you. So it really is full circle. I think that having a button might not be the solution. I think you want the person to physically actually contact you first, open also do like referral fees too. That's a possibility as well. So you guys are both helping each other while helping other people that are in your industry. You or someone in your team. So if you don't have a if like you didn't have a virtual assistant or someone to take care of it, that would be a responsibility for you.
It's not like live chats, where it's like talking to people back. It's not live chats. It's like
Oh, absolutely. If he wants to like copy and paste it and like send something to a computer that's really responded to, like that's just more of a direct way to get a response. And then there's the others, but I just want to mention, not to take too like what we've been talking is going to be a really great solution, but just the mindset around we live in a very strong community, a very tight community that has something very close to dive into, especially if you're new to the entrepreneur world or you're not in a batch or whatever that might be. But I think what it comes down to is having an abundance mindset, abundance over scarcity. So there are like over 600 licensed real estate agents, guys. That is so many. But it always comes down to this, just like there is a ton of photographers, there's a ton of hairstylists, there's a ton of everything, right? The oversaturation of everything is insane. But it really comes down to the 80-20 rule. So in real estate, 20% of the agents do 80% of the production, because the other 80% of the agents who aren't doing the production are
just real quick on that too. So like basically this whole process, if you reverse engineer, like think about like 3 clients you work with, and like one of them was like terrible, you never want to work with them again. One of them was like your best client, and one of them was just like average. Think about your best client and why they came to you, what their pain point was, what they told you they were looking for. I record all of my sales conversations, so then I know what to put in the top of my marketing. It's whatever people tell me they're struggling with all the time. They're struggling to get high quality leads to their calendars. They're still relying on referrals, yada yada. So like I hear this so much that comes to the forefront of your marketing, and then there should never be 2 people that look at either one of your websites and think you guys are the same thing, because the riches are in the niches, like Mike's been saying, and yeah, it's a great thing. Riches are in the niches, and hey, oh, yeah, I can say it either way. Okay, I'm gonna switch it around. Right? Niches or niches. Get it up. So one thing I heard from a mentor one time when I was like really spread out, he's like, dude, you just need to focus on like one niche. He's like, I'm gonna niche slap you, bro. I'm gonna niche slap you if you don't pick one industry. Like you're too spread out. And I was like, oh, okay, I see. And so it's actually it's a multiplication by subtraction. Subtract and then you just have left your message, and you're gonna be able to multiply your business because you subtracted saying, hey, we help everybody, and now you're just focused on the students you help. So you guys should never even, since you work with different clientele, your marketing should be so clear that people don't even think of you guys as the same.
Time for like one question or 2 questions. Done. All right. So you're that is a really good question. So here's what I'll tell you as far as what people hire usually. When you hire a content creator, hire someone who's going to create so much variety that that's going to be able to expand over a month or 2. That's what I do when I am specifically hired to create content in one shoot. We have variety of looks, so variety of settings. I get detail shots, everything. So if you have a good content creator, photographer, they're going to focus on making sure that you get the most value out of your time and that you're able to expand over a long period of time for marketing to your clientele. But for like small things like throughout your day, I think it's important as business owners to take out the phone at least once or twice a day and just do something that's about your day, because even though you might think that what you're doing every day is boring, your viewers do not think that's boring. People love behind the scenes stuff. They love just like the little editing videos that I'm working on in Photoshop of my like skin retouching and things like that. Anything that you can think of to just document that might seem boring to you, put that out there and just put it into a 5 to 15-second clip. It doesn't have to be anything crazy, but if you're up in front of your audience often, consistently, that is going to create a lot of just reliability in general. But I think for like the actual content you're posting for your posts and things like that, that is going to be something that should be more tailored content. It's going to be much more high value. Stories are going to be more like on the fly, do some filler content, things like that. So that's kind of my take on it. So if we were to ever work together, I would create something that you're going to be able to use for a long period of time. When Ellen and I do shoots together, I've got content for like a whole quarter. So if I'm doing a shoot with her per quarter, I'm pretty solid. And then I sprinkle in like the on-the-fly content, maybe a couple of reels per week. I've got really great reach with my reels in my car for some reason, but my feed always looks really nice when the photos are up as well. But quarterly is kind of the rule that I follow. depends on the industry. So if somebody is trying to present themselves in a beautiful light and they are the face of their brand, I'm going to focus on creating a lot of portrait work of them, doing about their day-to-day routine kind of stuff. I did a day in the lifestyle shoot with you once. That was really cool. I literally just followed him during his day and took photos of him, detail shots, up close and personal, things of him like with his dogs. Like it's not necessarily the work-related things too, but I just want to capture them and their personality and what's important, and then I will translate that into, okay, this is, I have a plan going into this, this is what they need, this is their brand, this is what they want to put, execute toward their audience, and that's what I'm going to create. So it really depends on the person, the brand. It could be products, it could be humans, it could be a mixture of both. It just really depends. No, go ahead. One more, and then you gotta wrap up. But that's a good question. So, myself, but yeah, we are. So I meet with clients one-on-one to do a deep dive
talk all the time. I swear we talk more than anybody else. It's ridiculous. It's rude, guys. We can all so we're gonna do the giveaway. So just to recap about what this is, we have all been everybody can purchase a ticket to the appearance and the Madison. We are going to randomly select a winner, and they will win a 360-minute conversation with one of the four of us, your choice, to focus on whatever you need help with in your business. So congratulations. There's still a lot of food out there, and there's still more. So if you want it, like take plates, please, muffins, coffee, like otherwise if you have to take it, that's not good. So for just all that food. Another thing, I just want to thank you guys again for being here. I know this is like the fifth time that I've said that, but seriously, like it really means a lot that you guys came. And I also want to thank your sponsor one more time too. I don't know what the list is, but they were flashing on the screen at one point. Locus Dental, Barbacoas, everybody that's on the screen right there, just really big things. And then also, I don't know where Justin went, but he provided the beer. That was here today from the brand that was on the beer. So, yeah, that's what I got for you. Yeah. So because of him, we're able to have this live recording and be able to send it to you later on, which we're hoping to have this to you within the next couple weeks. So, does everybody have contact information if you'd like to reach out to us and connect in any way? We can kind of pass the mic and give you our handles and websites again if that would be helpful. I know they were flashed on the screen for like 30 seconds and that's it. Is it in the workbooks?
I totally forgot to put my information in there, but except for my slides. Also, I didn't even mention my worksheet. There's a positioning worksheet in there for you guys. I was so focused on just talking, but I provided you some branding, personal marketing, little worksheets of reviews of your sustainable claims versus active brand. And also some positioning statement asking who, how, what, why. Do that on your own time. It's a really great process to do it yourself. But yeah, so thank you guys so much again. This has been awesome. It's the first round of this ever. So we appreciate you.